Everybody, welcome. It's Gaz again. It's good to see you. Welcome to Snowlight's Glow, episode 2, where we're going to be listening to the brand new 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th chapters tonight. It's good to see y'all. I hope you're all doing well. You might be able to hear in the background, we're in the midst of a pretty epic thunderstorm right now, so I might be getting a little bit of a scary storyteller vibe here in the background. You can hear it rumbling. Uh, it's good to see everybody, as I've said. And reply. So, to that end, I know a lot of folks have been having some fun with the World Cup. I know that my father was going a little bit nuts over the U.S. Australia game a little while ago. As I recall, I think we won 2-0. I didn't get to see the end of it, but he was rather excited about that. Left-handed fool, welcome. Nice to see everybody again. Welcome everybody as we're starting to gather folks up. The other thing that kind of hit me today is that it happens to be Juneteenth, June 19th. And as a history teacher, I can't help it. I kind of giggled a little bit about that one. And that's for those of you who don't know, Juneteenth is, especially here in Texas, the official quote unquote last day of slavery in the United States. It's when the Emancipation Proclamation was read out in Galveston that officially freed Texas's slaves. It's considered, for those of you for just a little trivia, considered to be the second Independence Day of the U.S. And that was kind of a nice little Texas holiday that went national a little while ago. As I see folks are starting to gather up, starting to get some folks in. So how's everybody else doing? Hopefully your weather's a little bit nicer than mine here is. And I'm really hoping and praying nothing happens to the power. So if I suddenly drop off for whatever reason, y'all know, as we got a lightning strike or our power went out. So hopefully nothing like that happens. We're hoping and praying. All right. Well, given that we have 4 chapters and chapter 8 is a two-parter, it's a double chapter. We're going to be here for a long time. Hopefully that won't be boring to everybody. I figure maybe we'll get started here in another minute or two. 70 and sunny. Nice. Very nice. And then, hey, hot and sweaty. Yep, that'd do it. Yeah, it's been a warm couple of days. Like we had ourselves a nice tropical storm 2 days ago, and there's some interesting little flood warnings, especially during some of the games here in Houston. And that was an interesting to see some of the foreign folks, our visitors, coming in and getting a little taste of what it's like to be in Houston during the rainy season. And then immediately afterwards, after the storm passed, we had heat advisories all through the state. So, yeah, it's nice. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to go ahead and get started with that first chapter, unless there's no objections. We'll go ahead and get rolling on the show. So, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Chapter 5, picking up from last stream.
Chapter 5 Situation Normal. The night had been a pleasant one, complete with dinner and a show. The boy, Constantine, had serenaded them with strange but fun songs he described as country and folk music. He even taught the choruses to the pod, who had a wonderful time singing with him. Fluffy traded a few bawdy Rakiri hunting songs, while Gunny got him to sing a few Marine and Navy cadences that Narvaez was thankful he didn't understand. They'd sung long into the night, much to the delight of the rest of the pod, and finally, when the fire had died down to low embers, he had curled up next to Narvaez and fallen deeply asleep. She stayed up, watching over him as the others bedded down, while Fluffy took first watch. A strange protective feeling washed over her as she stared down at the sleeping boy, and she wondered what had happened to him, that he'd had been left alone in the middle of the woods. The morning came quickly, and she awoke to Dix climbing down from her perch as the others stirred. Looking over, the boy was gone, and Narvaez felt a surge of panic well up in her stomach as she looked around for him. Cryptid left about 10 minutes ago. Said he was going to bring his things to our camp and try to catch more of those sockeye for dinner. Dix yawned tiredly as she took off her helmet and took out an energy bar. Someone should go with him. Narvaez stood up and looked over at the entrance to the manor, worry creeping into her voice. Gunny laughed as she stretched. Are you kidding? These are his woods, and he's better at hiding out here than we are. Besides, we have a job to do. Convoy 2's due this morning. So we're gonna have salmon again tonight? Seems a little repetitive, Trix yawned, shouldering her rifle as she stood. So you don't want yours then? Fluffy asked, looking over with a wry grin. I didn't say that, Trix said, narrowing her eyes at the Rakiri girl before slipping her helmet on. He'll be fine, Major. Really. He's moving his gear to the manor and we can keep an eye on him for a few days. Gunny laid a hand on Narvaez's shoulder and gave it a reassuring squeeze. Besides, Joyboy and Crispy'll get to meet him today, provided they haven't killed each other. Gunny grinned widely before putting her helmet on. A little feral human boy wandering the forest alone in a pod of DHCs, running around looking to get into a firefight? Just another day in the Benthic Deeps, Major, Dix chirped, happily as she hoisted her heavy repeating rifle up. If we find a deer, I'll zap it, and we can have some venison with our fish tonight. All right, enough chatter. Camo up and let's get going. Charlie ain't gonna kill himself out there, Gunny practically sang as she faded from view in a shimmer of light. We'll set up along the Valley of Death on Overwatch and shadow Convoy 2. Then we'll run a patrol to link with Crispy and Joyboy. Narvaez ran through her plan with the others as they filed out toward the road to a chorus of acknowledgments. The walkout was quiet, with birds and insects singing as they made their way through the trees and underbrush. Attempts to contact the convoy only resulted in static, and while not entirely unusual for the Benthic Deeps, it did put the entire team on edge. Scouting out the valley, there was nothing out of the ordinary, with no sign of ambush, or even that there was anyone else there besides them. Narvaez spaced her girls out along the route and waited at the start of the run, with her pod checking in every 5 minutes. The minutes turned to hours as they waited, broken only by the frequent checks of her pod. Almost an interminable time, she heard the rumble of engines coming down the road. Vehicles inbound, eyes up, Narvaez reported to her girls. A chorus of copy that's overlapped on her comm as she raised her own rifle to cover the road. Is Convoy 2, anybody The staticky message broke over her comms and the voice of Joyboy broke in and out. Say again, Joyboy, you're breaking up, Narvaez sent back as she stood up from her vantage point on the crest above the road. Pod, Convoy 2 sighted. Keep your eyes peeled. The blocky APCs rounded the bend and appeared one by one in a single file, moving slowly and steadily along the road. Major, thank the Empress! Joyboy sounded relieved, and the lead APC pulled off the road in front of her, and the convoy rumbled to a halt. The passenger door opened, and Joyboy got out, making a show of stretching as she meandered up the embankment to stand opposite Narvaez, still in her active camo. Caught a little slice at a deep this morning, Major. Car bomb fragged the good radio, and a few IEDs slowed us down after the first checkpoint, south of the Benthic. Joyboy swiveled her head around as if scanning the ridgeline. Any contact with insurgents? Narvaez replied, shifting slightly. None. The stiffy fucks didn't bother actually showing their faces because that would make my life too easy. You? Two of the Marine grunts had gotten out of the APC and were looking around nervously while Joyboy scoffed at them. We had a special visitor last night, Narvaez began, a conspiratorial tone, before Joyboy interrupted her. Did she get the FNG's flea collar? I got 2 chocolate bars riding on it. First night was her canteen and her ration bars, Narvaez chuckled as she moved to stand beside her sergeant. Damn it. Wait, first night? She's run you multiple times already? Joyboy turned to stare at Narvaez, a hint of mirth coloring her usual dour and combative tone. Major, don't tell her yet. I want it to be a surprise. Gunny's voice blasted excitedly in her ear as she cut in on the private channel. Boss? Joyboy cocked her head to the side impatiently. Gunny wants to tell you about it herself when you get to the manor tonight, Narvaez chortled before moving back into the tree line and away from the ridge. Oh, and if you can, get some of them human salt and pepper packs from the grunt supplies. Dix and Trix are going to try and get a deer. So they're out doing goddess knows what instead of Overwatch? Narvaez could feel the white-hot fury emanating from Joyboy as she turned just in time to see the woman put her hands on her hips, elbows akimbo in anger. We can multitask, Trix's sing-song voice crowed over the comms. Yeah, we do it all the time, Dix added in a light tone she knew got under Joyboy's skin. First time for everything, Joyboy spat back. All right, get going. The valley's covered, but keep your head on a swivel on the last leg. The Royal Tampon spotted the target north of the Benthic Deep, and relatively close a few days ago. Narvaez cut in quickly to stop the two from riling Joyboy up any further. Copy that, Major, Joyboy snapped before starting to wind her way back down the embankment toward the road. And try not to kill Crispy, Narvaez called down to the retreating woman. Nice of you to remember I exist, Major. I was starting to think I needed to start another fire just to get noticed around here. The comm crackled as Crispy playfully made her presence known. No promises. Joyboy turned and threw a rude gesture in the direction of the convoy's rear guard where Crispy must have been. See you two tonight, Narvaez bid them both goodbye as Joyboy trudged back to the transport and clambered back in. Taking shotgun in the transport, Joyboy snapped her fingers at the grunts to get back in and pointed forward as the door closed. The transport jerked forward and the rest of the convoy trundled along after the lead vehicle. Narvaez waited and watched as the convoy rolled through safely under her watchful gaze and began following the tall vehicle as they moved through the Valley of Death. The walk along the ridge of the valley and through the rest of the forest went quietly, with the other members of the pod falling in as she passed their position. Thanks, Overwatch. Pod 19. Air support is on station, sending updated intelligence reports on local insurgent activity. Convoy 3 is due in your area in 2 days. You will exfil with the convoy when it exits the Redwood Run. Acknowledge. The voice of the anonymous woman from Control informed Narvaez as the flight of two gunships roared overhead. Her entire pod was gathered at the tree line, looking out at the retreating APCs as they moved on toward their next checkpoint. Copy Control, this is Pod 19 Actual. Acknowledged. Narvaez's helmet pinged with a new data file as she turned to look at the shimmers of light that was her cloaked pod. All right, 2 down and 1 to go. I want 3 volunteers to run a check on the main trails on this side of the Benthic Deeps, and meet back at the manor at sundown. Narvaez opened the intel file and left it open to peruse later. You got it, boss, Trix volunteered immediately and slapped Dix on the shoulder, volunteering her friend too. And the other two? Gunny's voice was incredulous, letting Narvaez know she knew what she was about to say. Find Constantine and make sure he's okay, Narvaez confirmed emphatically. Me and Fluffy'll take that. It'll take her to find him and me to talk to him. Besides, I'd like to give him fair warning about Crispy and Joy Boy. Just don't spoil the surprise, all right? The shimmering outline of Gunny nodded toward Fluffy. Okay, just get it done and make sure he stays safe. Narvaez wanted to go find the boy herself, but Gunny's logic overrode any objections she'd have had before she could even make them. Narvaez grumbled to herself at being maneuvered so easily. Hey, boss, maybe we can get that deer, Dick sounded cheerful at the prospect, while Gunny and Fluffy turned and walked away into the forest. The sound of Fluffy snickering over the comms before switching to a private channel gave Narvaez a feeling of foreboding for whatever prank Gunny was obviously cooking up. Narvaez watched the two fade into the forest, leaving her with Trix and Dix. Let's go, boss. We'll check the trails and be back at the manor in no time, Trix said before moving on and taking point. The patrol along the main trails turned up nothing, not even any sign of deer, which disappointed Dix and set her to grinding her teeth in frustration. Towards the end of their circuit, and as the sun was starting to set, they ran into Crispy and Joy Boy, waiting on the path to the manor. So, you're both still living? Dix greeted them playfully as she deactivated her cloaking. Har, har, har. Crispy deadpanned and sat up from where she'd been laying down, using a moss-covered stone as a pillow. Get bent, was the only response from Joy Boy, who stood leaning against the trunk of a redwood tree. Oh, Joy Boy, you always brighten up our day, Trix said, voice dripping with sarcasm as she decloaked herself and shouldered her long rifle. Hey, where's Gunny in the FNG? Crispy asked, hopping up and brushing pines and sticks off of her armor. Fluffy? Up at the manor making dinner, I hope. Come on, I hope they had better luck than we did getting something to eat. Dix jumped in before Narvaez could answer as she turned her own cloaking off and slapped Crispy's shoulder in greeting. A pod name already? She hasn't even been shot at yet, groused Joy Boy before waving the rest of them to hurry up while she took the lead on the trail to the manor. Come on, it's been a long day and I'd like to get off my feet. Besides, it fits her perfectly because she hates it. Dix's exasperated sigh told Narvaez that she was ready to be done with Joy Boy's attitude. Then I approve. Joy Boy sniffed snootily, and she picked up the pace to walk slightly ahead of the rest of them while they wove their way through the forest to the manor. As they approached, Narvaez took her helmet off and smiled at the smell of the fire that must have been going and the smell of roasting salmon. A sense of relief washed over her, relieving a tension she didn't know she was carrying. As they noisily pushed through the bushes and saplings to get into the clearing, Narvaez nearly ran into Crispy, as she and Joy Boy stood frozen, staring at their campsite. Oh, good. You two made it back. Drop your gear over with the other bags. Gunny beamed merrily, pointing to the one side of the camp, near the edge of the clearing, next to several ferns and bushes. She sat in front of a bright bonfire that chased the evening's chill out of the clearing, making it comfortable for once. Around the fire was another 4 fish on 8 cedar sticks, sizzling on the scaffold, while a pot with fish heads and tails filled with simmering broth bubbled next to him. Fluffy's here getting dinner ready. The Rakiri girl, who sat next to the pot of fish head soup, smiled and waved, matching Gunny's upbeat attitude. "The fuck?" Joyboy choked out as Dix and Trix pushed past her, eager to find a spot next to the fire. "Gunny, where is—" Narvaez started to say, the tension that had left suddenly back as Constantine was nowhere to be seen. Gunny gave Narvaez a wink and a subtle smile that stopped her from finishing her question and beckoned Narvaez to sit next to her. "So, how was the walk back? Did you get anything to add to the meal?" Fluffy's ears flicked as she posed the question to the group, while Crispy and Joyboy, who had finally and cautiously moved to obey Gunny, dropped their packs next to the others and sat down in front of the fire, with their backs to their bags. Narvaez quickly sat down next to Gunny and was about to ask about the boy when, as the two girls sat down, Gunny nodded for her to look over at the pile of bags. Narvaez started as a human hand appeared from the base of the bushes. Silently and quickly, Narvaez watched as Constantine, wearing his ghillie suit and virtually invisible hiding in the bushes there, cleaned out both Crispy and Joyboy's bags, leaving them empty. Narvaez stared in slack-jawed wonder as Gunny gently elbowed her with a mischievous smile that she'd hid from the two girls. "So that's how he does it? If I wasn't looking right at him, I can't even see anything other than his hand. How does he even see what he's doing?" The thoughts chased each other as Fluffy repeated her question to the others, who were oblivious to what was happening behind them and had busied themselves with enjoying the warmth of the fire. "No, nothing, not even tracks!" Dix tried to sound mad, but staring at the cooking fish fillets and the heavenly aroma of the soup put a grin on her face fit to split it. "So where's Cryptid?" Trix said brightly, holding her hands up to the fire and closing her eyes in contentment. "Probably lurking around the manor, thinking of a way to steal our shit," Joyboy muttered, not quite able to infuse the harsh words with any sort of bite as she settled in. Trix opened her mouth to respond, but a sharp look and a quick shake of Fluffy's head stopped her cold. "Well, does this mean you're pulling the midnight watch? That's when Truther says she's likes to ghost her way into the manor," Crispy remarked, earning a one-eyed glare from Joyboy. Narvaez had to stifle a laugh as Constantine's hand finished emptying the contents of Joyboy and Crispy's bags and flashed a thumbs up to Gunny, who nodded to the hand before turning to Fluffy, who caught her eye with a knowing look and a quirked eyebrow. "Hey, did you get those salt and pepper packets? I need to season these fish," Fluffy asked as she fiddled with the stakes holding the fillets. "Oh, I got 'em. I left them in my pack," Joyboy grumbled, side-eyeing Fluffy for interrupting her happy moment of giving Crispy the evil eye. Narvaez watched as the hand quickly disappeared back into the brush and all went completely still. Joyboy groaned in annoyance as she stood up slowly and tore herself away from her comfortable seat by the fire to trudge over to the bags. "Wait, what the? My pack! My rations! My power cells! My grenades! My toiletries!" she shouted, getting more and more worked up as she opened her bag to discover it was empty. The rest of the pod went silent to stare at Joyboy as she started to work herself up into a tantrum of incoherent obscenities as she frantically started opening the other bags and whipping back and forth around the pile. Dix and Trix tore their gaze away to look at Gunny, who gave them a knowing wink. Comprehension dawned on their faces before they schooled their expressions to ones of concern and outrage. Damn, Cryptid hit you fast, Fluffy noted pleasantly as she watched the wiry sourpuss with jet black hair pulled in a ponytail stand rooted in place while she stared down at her empty bag. Fuck you, you shaggy clit licker! Joy Boy howled at her. How the fuck does she get past you, you fucking recon reject? Now that's just uncalled for, Gunny stated plainly, managing to keep the laugh out of her voice as Narvaez stole a glance toward the bushes, where she could not be sure if Constantine was or was not still there. Calm down, Joy Boy. You'd think this is the first time she got you. Crispy barked a laugh at her furious pod sister. Oh, you think this is funny? She got you too, you Empress damn Dawsonist! Joy Boy roared as she threw Crispy's empty bag at her. Dix and Trix's mouths dropped open as they could no longer hide their smiles as silent laughter started to overtake them. Crispy's own mirth died a quick and angry death. This is Turok shit! He didn't get our stuff, did he? Trix asked, looking over at Gunny as she did. No, that bitch just took our shit! Then it couldn't have just happened. Maybe she spirited your gear away? Fluffy offered in a sweet tone that Narvaez couldn't immediately tell if it was mocking or helpful. The theater of it all was overwhelming her ability to process everything. Or she got you while you were waiting on the trail, Gunny added in a similar tone. She's gone too far this time, Crispy announced angrily as she stood up. Joy Boy, you and me, we're gonna get our shit back and kick the fuck out of her. Lead on, bitch, I'm right behind you, Joy Boy roared, rounding on Crispy and slapping her shoulders as they started to scramble around the fire to head to the entrance of the clearing. As they turned to leave, Narvaez watched as the bushes seemed to shimmy down toward the fire before Constantine popped up with a gigantic grin on his face. He pulled his hood off and sat down in front of the fire just as the two irate commandos reached the edge of the clearing. So which one of you useless bitches is with us? Joy Boy's question wavered and died as she clapped eyes on the little boy. I'm in! The boy raised his hand and hooted excitedly from his seat. Let's go kick her ass! Joy Boy stood staring in shocked silence at the boy with an expression that made her look like she just tasted butt and hated it. Narvaez felt Gunny lean against her as silent, hysterical laughter shook her, while Dix and Trix were turning a deep blue as they tried to contain theirs, both desperately trying to support each other. The only one retaining her composure was Fluffy, who was the picture of tranquility, save for her twitching tip of her tail. Joy Boy, are we doing this or what? Crispy rebounded back into the clearing, having noticed her friend hadn't joined her, only to screech at the sight of the grinning boy sitting at the fireside. Hello, Crispy. It's nice to see you again, Constantine waved happily at the two stupefied women. Ladies, allow me to introduce Constantine Shaloxet, Fluffy stated with satisfaction as Gunny, Trix, and Dix lost it to peals of side-splitting laughter. Even Narvaez couldn't help herself as the giggles overcame her officer's reserve. Of course, we've been calling him Cryptid for the last few years, Gunny managed to get out as she fought for control over her laughter. The two frenemies shared looks that vacillated from rage to confusion and back again, as they looked from their pod sisters to the boy. Constantine, for his part, was the only one not overcome with laughter. He simply sat with a self satisfied grin on his face, looking up at the two furious commandos as if his life wasn't in sudden danger. Joyboy's eyes narrowed as she stared at the boy, and Narvaez could see her tense in preparation to lunge, and she readied herself to tackle Joyboy if she did. All right, we've had our laugh. Sit down, you two, and grab some chow. Before you try to kill him, just know that he's the one who caught, cleaned, and cooked dinner for you. Gunny's tone was the one she'd used on parade grounds and held the authority all sergeant majors could wield with impunity over both officer and enlisted alike. The effect was enough to jar the two standing girls into sitting down with the fire between them and the boy. Constantine nodded to Fluffy, who started passing out the fish while Dix and Trix got the last of the laughing out of their systems, and each took a turn giving the boy high fives. Crispy was still glowering at Fluffy and the two other laughing girls, but there was a self-deprecating smile that started to creep over her face as the shocks started to wear off. Constantine shucked the rest of his ghillie suit and moved to go retrieve the two girls' things from the bushes and put them back in their discarded bags. The other girls, Narvaez included, started tearing into their salmon with gusto, while the two newcomers watched the boy return their things. Constantine returned to his seat. Narvaez reached over and handed him his salmon, and couldn't help but smile warmly at the boy. Come on, you have to admit that was kind of funny, Crispy said at length, nudging the still grumpy Joy Boy. If I had the capacity to laugh, I wouldn't have heartburn, fumed Joy Boy, still glowering at Constantine, who nervously shifted towards Gunny. Okay, so whose bright idea was it to steal a kid and get him to pretend he's cryptid? Crispy asked. It's really him, Gunny testified, before launching into the story to bring them up to speed. The girls all began interjecting to add their own pieces, and even the boy joined in, telling about the tricks he'd tried to use to throw them off his trail, and how he'd thought his little fish trap in the stream had been the thing to give him away. The two new girls sat spellbound listening to the story unfold as they got to the part about the salmon dinner the night before. You haven't tried your fish yet, Constantine observed with a worried expression, leaning towards Crispy and Joy Boy as the story came to an end. Maybe don't eat the skin when you try it? Crispy nodded before offering the boy a reassuring smile and bit into one of the fillets on the stick. Narvaez smiled and gave the woman a knowing nod as she bit into one of her own, as Crispy flashed a thumbs up to the boy. No, he doesn't get a pass, Joy Boy said, waving around her salmon stick and jabbing it at the boy. Let's say this isn't one of Dix's elaborate pranks, and I buy the fact that this child is cryptid. It means that this little bastard's been taking our shit for 2 years. I don't care if he made us an apology dinner. Actually, it's 2 at this point, Narvaez interjected with a reassuring wink at the crestfallen boy. Who cares? Joy Boy shouted angrily, starting to get herself worked up again. She angrily ripped a bite out of one of the fillets. He's still a fucking... She spoke through the mouthful of fish and petered out as she chewed. There was another burst of laughter from the group as she took another bite, utterly silent as her eyes closed, in an emotion she almost never displayed in front of the rest of the pod. Pure joy. So what? No critiques? Trix asked as Gunny ruffled the boy's hair. How can I be critical with this in my mouth? Joy Boy lilted blissfully before taking another bite. Without missing a beat, Constantine pounced. Well, that's what all the girls say to me. Constantine! Narvaez squawked in shock as the rest of the girls went stock still and silent. There was a moment where every single one of the girls, Narvaez included, each turned a deep royal blue before they all began cackling. By the goddesses, I walked right into that, didn't I? Well played, you filthy urchin, Joy Boy grumbled after the laughter died down before taking another bite of her fish and giving the boy a grudging nod. It's the nicest thing I have ever heard her say to anybody. She really likes you, kid. Gunny laughed, slapping him on the back. What does urchin mean? Constantine whispered, leaning over to Gunny and Narvaez. Tell you later, scamp, Narvaez replied fondly as the group settled down to eating. The conversation died down as they fell in to devour their fish, followed by the soup. The boy apologized when they passed around mess kits for the broth. He felt awkward that there was nothing else in it except the salmon, but the girls all assured him that it was fine. All right, while we're still conscious and not in a food coma, here's the rundown for the rest of our stay here. Convoy 3 is due in 2 days, and Control wants us to hitch a ride out with them. The tampons got some chatter about our convoys. Insurgents know about it, and I'd bet every chocolate bar I'll ever get my hands on that the target and his band of psychopaths will be there to try and hit it. You mean Jackson? Constantine growled darkly. The look on his face shocked Narvaez as she looked down at him. Hate was written plain on his features, and the whole group stared at him. Steve Jackson? Big guy, blonde hair, blue eyes, likes to use an M2 machine gun on a tripod he makes his girlfriend carry? He looked around at the rest of them. I know you've tangled with them before. You can hear the gunfire through the whole forest every time you get in a fight. And the last time I had to run to get away from the forest fire that got started. Have you been robbing them too, kid? Gunny asked carefully as they all digested what the boy just said. He'd described the target and his preferred weapon, and more than that, he'd given them a name. They hadn't known that before. Constantine shook his head. I want them dead! All of them! There were tears in his eyes as he spat into the fire. Jackson, Tanisha, Drake, Max, Jeffries, every one of them! He transferred his gaze to all the girls around him before he turned his gaze on Narvaez. If you're going after them, I want to help. I have a gun. Grandpa showed me how to use it. I don't have a lot of ammo, but... he ranted, starting to shake. Narvaez moved to kneel in front of him and gently laid her hand on his shoulder as the other girls crowded around. Easy, easy, little Grinshaw, Narvaez soothed as the boy started to choke back sobs. You can help by telling me about him. What can you tell me about this man and his pod? She spoke in slow English and looked to Gunny to be ready to translate. He launched into a long explanation, punctuated by breaks as Gunny translated. She learned that this Jackson had a group of 19 and that he never committed everyone to a fight at once. She learned their names, habits, descriptions, a veritable platinum mine of information that Narvaez knew they didn't have. The boy spilled everything while Fluffy, thinking quickly, had put on her helmet and started to record the boy. He told them about operations and where their safe houses were. None of the girls interrupted him, but the looks that they gave each other as he poured out everything he knew about them let them know. They were all thinking the same thing. Constantine, Gunny said gently as the boy came to a halt. Do these people... How do you know them? The boy looked at her and then back to Narvaez. Redcoats picked me up about a year after the invasion. They put me in a. Well, I don't know, but they wanted to stick needles in me a lot. A lot of us were in the same jail. He looked away and seemed to choose his words carefully. Grandpa Wiley broke us out. He killed 2 redcoats and got me, Jackson, Jeffries, Max, and Drake out. He crumbled inwardly as fresh sobs racked him. Redcoats? Who is he? Gunny mused as she finished translating for the others. Interior agents. Narvaez gave Gunny and the rest of the girls a long look before turning back to the upset boy. Constantine? She asked gently, and he looked up at her, sniffling. Why do you want us to kill these people? Why would you want to help us against your own people? They aren't my people, he snarled. They're evil. They're a bunch of dirty Juanitums who like to hurt people, and they don't care who. You Marines are nice. The show Marine kept the Redcoats from hurting me in the jail, and she told my grandpa where I was. Whenever I see Marines, they're all kind to me. And then there's you all. His tears stopped falling as he looked around at all of the women that had clustered about him before he hung his head down and pulled his knees up, curling into a sitting ball. You're like how Dad used to describe his company. You're a family. I've been alone since last fall, and I don't have anywhere else to go. I can fight, I can work, I can be useful. Just please don't leave me. I don't want to be alone anymore. His tears started falling fresh as he looked up at Narvaez. Narvaez felt something snap inside of her. Watching this poor child pour his grief and anger out had taken every ounce of restraint and reserve she had not to scoop him up in a protective hug and comfort him. Now, with him pleading as he was, and as she looked into his bloodshot eyes and saw the fear and loneliness that lurked there, she broke. She pulled him out of his seat in one swift motion and wrapped him in her arms. His own arms snaked over her shoulders to wrap around her neck, and she held him close as he buried his head in her shoulder and wept. She shushed him gently and shifted slightly into a sitting position in the middle of the girls, not letting him go. When she looked up, she saw the stony expressions all around her as her pod moved closer in to rest their hands on his back, shoulders, head, or anywhere else they could reach, to let him know that he was not alone and that they were there for him too. But, son, if your grandpa got you and them out, why would you want to help us fight them? Why do you want them dead? Gunny asked, leaning over Narvaez's shoulder. Narvaez felt him pick up his head off his shoulder, and he wiped his eyes as he turned to look at Gunny, regaining some semblance of control over himself. Because they killed my grandpa, he croaked.
And so ends Chapter 5. To those of you who've joined us now, a couple of you have been joining us a little bit late. Welcome. Good news is it sounds like and feels like the storm may have finally passed over, so hopefully no more electrical disturbances. On that note, to the folks that are here, I hope everything's going well with you guys and hope you guys have been enjoying some nice weather your way. Hey, cats. Welcome. So, on that little side tangent, yeah, the had some fun the other day with my oldest is really big into dinosaurs these days, and she's discovered Dinotopia. So we've been having some fun reading that and some of the old little dime novels that they used to put out back in the 90s. There's some of my really old young adult and early readers that she's been having fun with. And then just earlier today, we finally managed to get our hands on a refurbished N64 and got that hooked up. So some of my old games I've been introducing her to, and she's been having an absolute blast. So the big one that's kind of popular right now is Super Smash Brothers N64, the OG. And right now her favorite's Link, but she's still learning how to do all of the moves and still trying to figure out the buttons, which has been fun. Well, hopefully y'all like that one. Again, it's still those early chapters, which I still look at and just kind of cringe a little bit. And hopefully I'll be looking back at these later on the line, especially, and just going like, "Oh, I'm still learning how to do voice acting." All right, so unless there's any questions, comments, concerns, which I'm not really seeing in the chat, shall we keep moving on to chapter 6, or is there anything else we wanted to talk or ask about before we moved on? And while that's making decisions, I'll start to key up the next one here. Really, you like the early chapters? I look at them and just go, "Oof, this is me trying to do my very, very first published chapters, the very first things I ever wrote for folks that weren't tech manuals." Alrighty then. It seems like we have the lone voice for moving on. So, to that end, we will begin the next chapter.
Cryptid Chronicle, Chapter 6. All effed up. The boy was asleep, finally, softly snoring and curled up next to Fluffy with Dix and Crispy sat around him. Narvaez busied herself with dumping sand on the fire before sitting down next to Gunny. She looked up to see Joy Boy sat in the watchwoman's perch with Trix on watch. Narvaez was an emotional wreck, and her mind chased itself around and around. On the one hand, her training and her duty to the Empress laid out a course of action that would have the boy handed over to the interior for interrogation. He had personal knowledge of the local insurgents, their organization, resources, and histories. His own skills at infiltration and survival spoke to his having been taught by them, and that information would be vital for developing countermeasures against them. It was clear what her duty was, but the other things that he'd said made her pause. The implications were horrifying and made her gorge rise in her throat. There were the constant reports of Marines and interior agents behaving badly towards men, especially jackass nobles and grunts newly deployed planetside, and that was to be expected. The rumors and scandals that Command was supposedly covering up or sweeping under the rug, however, were too persistent to ignore or write off, if you were in the know. There had been the scandal with the interior's population relocation programs and the internment camps, and that had been a bombshell that had set this whole sector on fire. While there had been a scapegoat propped up and knocked down for the humans, the real shot callers for that hadn't really been touched. People, mostly men, going missing was a constant complaint, and there was some conspiracy theories about male trafficking and medical experimentation that Truther would rant about every now and again. The official line from the sector governesses and the garrison commander was that there was nothing to these rumors and that they were either people with axes to grind, if those in power didn't want to acknowledge them, or were lumped in as part of the relocation scandal, if they did. The boy's story, when she'd watched it over again from Fluffy's helmet cam, hit her like a stone through a stained glass window. The implications in his desperate plea to be a part of avenging his grandfather and to be a part of their pod were staggering, if true. A boy being sequestered along with insurgents by the interior, a Marine betraying her oath, the interior wanting to shove needles into him. None of this made any sense on its own. Her own personal feelings for Constantine were also clouding Narvaez's judgment, and that was unusual for her. The boy was eager to please, polite, and generous. Sure, he was a sneak thief, but given his circumstances, it was forgivable, wasn't it? Narvaez shook herself and stood. Fluffy, I need you for an assignment. She stood up and motioned for the Rakiri girl to follow her out of the manor. Narvaez used her omnipad to save the recording as an attachment to a message addressed to the only person she trusted for a second opinion who would be able to make an informed decision. She quickly typed in a dispassionate report of the situation with the boy, leaving nothing out. Narvaez heard Fluffy follow shortly and was glad the woman let her type in silence. When she'd finished typing, Narvaez put the final touches on it and handed the omnipad over to her. I need you to get to the edge of the forest and transmit this back to Captain Calrada aboard our ship. I've got the thing encrypted and her address is already there. Just get to an area with a solid connection to the datanet and hit send. Yes, ma'am, Fluffy saluted, taking the omnipad, and she loped out into the night. Narvaez watched as the woman disappeared and felt a shuddering sob threaten to escape from where she'd bottled it up. I know what you're thinking, Morona. Gunny's voice didn't exactly startle her, but it did shake her thoughts around, leaving her floundering for a moment. Well, that makes one of us, Narvaez replied as she turned the sob into a half laugh to get it out of her chest, determinedly not looking at her friend. You can't keep him, Morrow. You just can't. Even if he wasn't one of them, you couldn't do it. No way the courts would grant custody of an alien whose planet is still under quarantine to a single woman, especially a pod commander in the DHCs. He has no one, Gunny. I think we need to leave Rank out of this one, Morrow. Fine, Nimmy, Rank's out. Narvaez turned to her friend. Even though they both stood at 7 foot even, Sergeant Major Nimiel Gunny Wantalea's powerlifter physique and white flat-top haircut made her a dominating presence in almost any setting she found herself in. Just right now, though, as if she'd flipped a switch, she seemed small and approachable. The gold of her irises reflected the moonlight that filtered through the trees as her expression let Narvaez know that she was here to help. You saw and heard him, Nimmy. That wasn't acting. That was real pain and fear and hurt. That boy's lost everything, you can tell. No child, boy or girl, should be left to face the universe alone. He needs mothers who will look after and protect him. We don't really know him, Morrow. She looked away and wiped an eye before stepping closer. Look, Personally, I agree with you. But I'm not ready to put your life or these women's lives or their careers on the line just because a boy cooked us a few dinners and told us a sob story. I would never. I know you wouldn't. Which is why you sent Fluffy to get the intel out. I know you're a professional, but not so deep down, you're one of the biggest hearted people I know, and you have a bad habit of picking up strays and trying to domesticate them. Narvaez shot the woman a bemused look. When have I ever. Well, you started with me when they brought me into that orphanage and those bitches tried to pick on me. Gunny started ticking off fingers. Then there was that Turox calf you made me drag back and hide in the gym. Oh, and I can't forget about that Protho with the busted wing in high school. There was also that. Enough. You made your point. Narvaez turned to face away from her friend. Have I? Gunny asked, stepping back in front of her. When Narvaez didn't answer, Gunny continued. Look, we get Convoy 3 through, and we'll bring him in. We'll sit him down with Skipper's pet boogie woman and make sure she doesn't overstep. Then we'll take him to an orphanage. Narvaez shot her a death glare and reared back, ready to object. A good one in the greenest of the green zones. If that doesn't let you sleep at night, then we'll set up a trust and you can dump some of that family fund into it and give him a good dowry. Deepminder, take it. I might even throw in a few credits if you do. You, Miss Tightfist? Narvaez couldn't contain the incredulous half smile at the unprecedented offer from her notoriously thrifty friend. Yeah, and let that prove to you how much I like the boy, too. He's a total tom girl, and given half a chance to civilize, he'll be a real heartbreaker one day. Gunny returned the wry smile before she heaved a heavy sigh and draped an arm over Narvaez's shoulder, standing by her side. We'll do right by him as best we can, and protect him from the tampons, but let that be it. You giving me orders, Gunny? Narvaez wanted to inject venom in her voice, but was unable to do more than sound mildly annoyed. I'm giving you accurate information to make an informed call, Major. Gunny smiled at her friend, giving her the tired old line she always did when she was trying to steer Narvaez away from doing something stupid. Narvaez glowered at the woman, who gave her a wry smile in return. Get some rest, Major, and tomorrow you can go traipsing around the woods with Cryptid, and maybe he can help Dix get her deer. Gunny gave her a gentle shove back toward the manor and followed her in. She settled down gently next to the boy, with a brief glance at the other two commandos who'd posted themselves as his guards. She leaned back and closed her eyes and let the sounds of the forest wash away her thoughts. Major, wake up. Narvaez's eyes snapped open to see it was still dark out. Gently shaking her was Fluffy, wearing a concerned expression on her face. Major, I saw them. That Jackson and 8 others in his group for sure, maybe more. They entered the forest east of the road, and they're sporting some heavy gear. Machine guns and at least 2 of those RPG launchers. Did they see you? Narvaez sat bolt upright, mind jogging instantly awake. I don't think so. They were moving kind of loud through the brush when I broke contact, Fluffy muttered in a low tone as she shifted back to give the Major some space. Narvaez sprang up and slipped on her helmet. Wake the others, but softly. I want every woman outside the manor and ready to go now. Narvaez turned to the sleeping boy and saw him stir at the sudden movement. It's a bit early, isn't it? He slurred tiredly, looking like he wanted to get up too. Narvaez crouched down and gently steadied him with a hand, preventing him from getting up. Just our morning patrol. I need you to stay here this morning. Can you do that? Narvaez smoothed his hair in a petting motion. Constantine nodded before rolling over to go back to sleep, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Gunny landed heavily from the perch as the rest of the pod performed a quick weapons check. "You're on point, Fluffy. Get us on their trail," Narvaez said softly over the helmet speakers as she readied her weapon. The Rikiri woman stalked forward with her helmet slung over her shoulder. When Gunny had started to object, the Rikiri girl's response had been that her own senses were better than the HUD. Narvaez waved Gunny off the issue, and they moved with a purpose into the dark forest. The sky started to lighten, and a heavy mist rose to shroud the Benthic Deep, causing Narvaez to slow down the hunt. Their tracks led deep into the forest, and at first they stayed on one of the old hiking trails. But as sunlight began streaming through the branches and the mist began burning off, their tracks seemed to disappear. "I think they moved off the trail, Major. I was getting hints of someone's shampoo, but now it's gone," Fluffy informed them as she called a halt to inspect the area. "Can you track the scent?" Narvaez asked, scanning the area, looking for any sign of the enemy. "Maybe. It's faint and it's getting masked by other smells," Fluffy responded. It spoke to the tension that had started to settle in on him that not one made any snide comments. Narvaez waited as Fluffy walked back and forth along the stretch of trail where they'd lost them. "Over this way. I caught a whiff of something that smells like home." "Another Rikiri?" Dix offered. "Gunpowder," Fluffy replied in a serious tone before leading the way into the underbrush. "Fan out and watch your spacing. We might be getting close," Narvaez ordered, and watched as the HUD tracked their position despite their active camo. They clicked their mics in response as Fluffy led the way with Narvaez and the rest following up, ready to engage. The trees and the underbrush obscured anything further than 20 yards, making the creeping feeling of claustrophobia more pronounced. It was an old fear, and one she was deeply familiar with. With the way this enemy fought, with stealth and ambush, 20 yards was unnervingly closer than she wanted to be. Their favored weapons, primitive as they were, could punch through their armor at that close range. The memory of her fallen podmate, Seraph, came floating back into her mind's eye. They hadn't even seen it coming. They'd been moving through the forest following the trail of the insurgent group that had been their nemesis in this sector. They'd hit a supply depot and had tortured the civilian contractors to death. In hindsight, the trail they'd left had been a setup, leading them deep into the forest past where the spear could cover them with orbital fire. Narvaez had gone in confident, determined to finally end the constant cat-and-mouse game they'd played for the better part of 3 years. The constant firefights that ended in stalemates or no discernible enemy casualties gave her hope that they'd finally caught up to them on the run, only to be funneled into a prepared kill zone and hosed down with heavy machine gun fire from several concealed nests at close range. Seraph had been on point and had almost been torn apart in the crossfire. Attempts to get close to the nest found them tripping those damned directed charges they called claymores. By the time they'd been able to get reinforcements, they'd found the emplacements empty, save for smoking machine guns jury-rigged with an analog trigger depressor that fired unaimed bursts every few seconds, allowing the insurgents to slip away. That was the caliber of their enemy. Disciplined, cunning, and deadly. Their attacks launched by a seemingly supernatural enemy that could disappear and appear at random, even striking multiple targets within days of each other over large areas, with their calling cards all over them. At the time, it hadn't made sense how they'd been able to move that fast with the checkpoints and the roadblocks, but Constantine had at least dispelled that supernatural attribute of their enemy. Their cell was organized well enough to carry out multiple operations at once. As time went on, they seemed to adopt a more ambivalent attitude toward differentiating between military and non military targets. Narvaez had been stunned, but unsurprised, when pro imperial humans began turning up dead. The insurgency in this part of the planet had become increasingly more violent, and this cell in particular had been a running campaign of terror for the better part of a year. It made her wonder who the boy's grandfather was and why he was targeted, since it seemed like he'd been a member. She shook herself out of her reverie just in time for Fluffy to signal a halt. "Major, I got something here." Narvaez moved forward silently, while the rest took up firing stances. Fluffy pointed down at a small hole in the ground by a knot of tree roots. Inside, hidden by carefully placed ferns, were camo bags. "The smell ends here," Fluffy whispered, looking around. "There are tracks here, too. Someone was dragging something along the ground," Trix added. "They seem to have split up here. I count 2 different trails," Fluffy noted, looking around the area. Before Narvaez could say anything, she saw the woman's ear flick and she dropped to the ground swiftly. "Contact that way," she signed, pointing off to her left. Reacting quickly, the rest of the pod quickly reoriented. Narvaez shuffled quickly and quietly into cover behind a tree and leveled her rifle. Her HUD reported nothing but the movement of leaves and the gentle wind that whispered through the trees in the late morning. "No Joy," came the call over the comms from Joy Boy, followed by identical calls from each of the girls in turn. "Wait, I got something. 25 yards out, marking it." Trix's voice cut in on the comms as a marker, 45 degrees to the right of where she'd been looking, popped up on her HUD. "Single target, low to the ground, working towards us slowly." "Good eyes, I see it now," Gunny's comms pipped as she added her own marker to the target. Narvaez trained her rifle on the marker, waiting as the target, still obscured by the underbrush, moved closer. It stopped about 15 yards out before a small hunting rifle slowly levitated over the underbrush. "Friendly! Don't shoot!" A frantic whisper floated their way. "Cryptid!" Fluffy exclaimed as everyone let out a collective breath that they'd all been holding. "Check fire! Weapons safe!" Narvaez called as she barreled out toward where the boy was standing up slowly, removing his ghillie suit's hood. She rushed over, deactivating her camouflage and slinging her rifle over her shoulder before she grabbed him by the shoulders and spoke in English. "You scared Deeps out of us! Do you know how close we were to killing you?" Narvaez demanded in a strained whisper. She looked down at the worried boy who held his little hunting rifle out. His face, she noted, sported 2 triangular blotches of black mud on his cheeks, and the whole of his forehead was covered as well. "I was checking my fish traps when I heard Tanisha. She never could move quietly. They're here. I tried to find you to warn you, but you weren't by the road, so I went trying to find you all morning." He pushed out of her grip and wrapped her in a death grip hug. "I'm so glad I found you." "You said to me you were going to stay in Manor. It is dangerous. Battle will be fought soon," Narvaez barked in broken English, pulling him off her with a bit of difficulty. "How did he find us?" Trix asked exasperatedly. "I saw the weird bendy light in the shadows and guessed," he stated plainly, with a smirk toward the shimmer of light that had spoken. "I thought I found you 3 times, but it was just turning out to be swirling dust." Turning back to Narvaez, the smile left his face. "I want to help. They were moving toward the road when you usually wait all day, and they were wearing suits like mine so they blend in. I know there were at least 6 of them walking with Tanisha because she was giving them all away. They looked like they wanted to set something up for those big cars you drive, the ones you're supposed to leave on tomorrow. They're going to blow them up. You have to stop them." While the boy chattered on, the other girls approached and waited while Gunny quickly translated when Narvaez's English had failed her. "What the shit is that all over his face?" Joy Boy asked, decloaking and motioning toward him. Constantine raised his head and squared his shoulders proudly. "This is my paint. I am a black paint Stomish of the Orca clan." He looked back to Narvaez. "I am a warrior. This is my heritage, and these Juanitams killed my grandpa. He was the last elder of my family. The spirits demand their blood, and I am the only one left. So let me help, and let it be one last remembered fight for the end of the Salish." His voice was filled with conviction as tears crowded his eyes, and he brandished his rifle. "He knows these woods better than we do, and he's invoked his ancestors. I could use the extra set of eyes on this hunt," Fluffy offered slowly, looking over to Gunny and Narvaez. "Under no circumstances are we taking a child into a firefight!" Narvaez glared hard at the Rakiri as she thrust a knife hand into the woman's face. She grit her teeth as she looked back at the boy who stood looking between Narvaez, Gunny, and Fluffy. Narvaez was struck because Fluffy was right. He did know these woods better than they did, and despite the tears, he was itching to go back and find these monsters with or without her permission. "Where did you see them?" "About a mile up northeast of the road where it cuts through that hill, walking towards it," he reported emphatically, pointing in the direction he mentioned. "Where?" Crispy interjected, moving to Gunny's side. "He means the Valley of Death," Narvaez confirmed, not taking her eyes off the boy who had fixed her with a stare that bored into the very core of her being. "Constantine, you have honored your people and your spirits by scouting the enemy for us." She spoke in Vatiker and looked to Gunny to translate for the boy, using the time to think of something that would keep him out of danger. "Your grandfather or your father, were they warriors too?" The boy nodded, so Narvaez continued. "Then you know that warriors follow orders. I need my stealthiest warrior to return to our camp and guard it. You must see to it that it is defended while we hunt these Huntums." She tried using his word for them, but her tusks got in the way of her lips with the unfamiliar sounds. "Today, we stand as one, Her Majesty's Death's Head Commandos and the Salish. We will avenge your grandfather and spill their blood in rivers to honor him." Constantine's eyes bulged, and the parts of his face that were not covered in mud drained of color when Gunny translated. "You are one of us now, Cryptid. That's your pod name," Gunny added solemnly, and looked around at the other girls who nodded to each other before reciting his name aloud. Constantine looked too stunned to react to anything, clearly still processing who and what they were while continuing to stare at Narvaez. When the pod intoned his name, it seemed to break the stupor, and he immediately began patting himself down. "Where is it?" he muttered before pulling out a leather pouch from his shirt. "Take off your helmets," he ordered, opening the bag and dipped his hand into it. Fluffy was the first to do so, and she knelt down in front of him. Narvaez watched as he pulled his hand out, and it was covered in the same black mud that adorned his face. He dabbed the mud on Fluffy's cheeks and forehead in the same shapes that he wore on his own. He spoke quickly in that same language he'd spoken the evening before, and waved his hands around and over Fluffy's face as he did so. When he finished, he spoke in broken Vatiker. "You now, black color soldier, ghosts of people and land protect now. Give strong to the weapons and to the armors." "I will wear it with pride, little brother." I will avenge your ancestor gone before us. Fluffy growled before she looked back to Narvaez and the others. Well, what are you waiting for? She demanded. Narvaez took her helmet off, and the boy repeated the ceremony for each of them, saving Narvaez for last. The mud was cold on her skin and felt a bit prickly, but not enough to bother her as she put her helmet back on, and he finished. This shit itches, Joy Boy groused, but her spoke calms so that the boy couldn't hear. We wear it with pride, Narvaez intoned to the boy, who nodded solemnly. Move quietly and without detection. Protect our camp so we have a safe place to fall back to. I'm counting on you to hold your position. Narvaez drew herself up as if she were on parade ground, speaking at a review. The boy snapped to attention and offered a crisp, human military salute before pulling his hood back on and withdrew, disappearing into the underbrush. Narvaez watched for a moment as he disappeared. You know you do this shit every time. Now how in the deeps am I supposed to drop him off in an orphanage? Gunny protested in a disgusted tone. We're going to what? Dick squawked as Fluffy bared her teeth in a low growl. Like fuck we are, Joy Boy spat as Crispy and Trix nodded. We can't keep him, Narvaez groaned before looking at Gunny. You were right. We can't keep him, but we can do right by him. He's out of harm's way now, and we can do what we do best without worrying about him being safe. Constantine said they were headed for the road, so that's where we're going. I want these bastards dead before dinner. Now move out! The girls reactivated their camo and moved swiftly toward the Valley of Death. Narvaez took point, now that they'd been given the relative position of the enemy, and she'd moved with a purpose to meet them. Thoughts chased each other in her head as they moved to the valley. Was this a trap? An elaborate setup to draw them out and finally kill them? Or was the boy earnest? Was he trying to help them? Her mind warred with her heart, but one nagging thought flashed in between the questions. Am I leading my girls to their deaths? So, are we going to talk about this plan of yours for Cryptid? Dix asked, cutting through her thoughts as they moved through the forest. No, we aren't. There's nothing to discuss, Narvaez growled as she nearly tripped over a hidden root. I beg to differ, ma'am. He may be a thieving little shit, but he's our thieving little shit, Joy Boy glowered. I have a married sister back home on dirt with 3 girls his age. I'm sure they'd love a nature boy like him, Fluffy offered thoughtfully before being interrupted. Now's not the time. Focus up, girls, or we won't live long enough to figure out how to help him, Gunny barked, and the comms fell mercifully silent. It felt like an eon for them to reach the ridge of the Valley of Death, and they began their sweep, moving low and slow, watching for any sign of their enemy. Narvaez relayed the boys' warning about them being camouflaged, and they moved careful, sweeping north in a line along the ridge. The still quiet of the forest was broken by the sharp report of a single gunshot, followed swiftly by another. The girls hit the ground, and their weapons came up. Shots fired. Where away? Narvaez looked around with practiced speed, searching for the source. Before anyone could answer, the sound of a sustained burst of heavy machine gun fire shredded the quiet before falling off. Only the sound was muted and was far away. There was no telltale zip and crack of bullets flying over or striking near them, and Narvaez looked wildly around. It's coming from that direction. Far off, though, Trix reported, crawling forward. The manor's that way, Dix whispered, worry in her voice. Oh, dear Empress, the boy! Narvaez cried out and felt icy cold fingers reach up and grip her heart. She was up and sprinting toward the manor. The sounds of crashing through the underbrush told her the rest of the pod was keeping pace. It was an agonizingly long run, as they all sprinted toward the manor, fearing the worst. As they approached, she felt a hand grab her shoulder from behind and wrench her back and to a stop. Gunny pulled up behind her and signaled a halt to the pod. A hair-raising scream echoed from beyond the trees, followed by the boy's voice, shouting and chanting lyrically. Fluffy scrambled up to them. I heard voices ahead and smelled gun smoke. Narvaez strained to hear, and the mics on her helmet began registering voices. She signaled for the girls to fan out. They're still here. Surround the manor and nail the coffin shut, she growled, moving forward through the trees and the underbrush toward the entrance of the manor, with Gunny covering her. The other girls fanned out and disappeared from sight. The sight that greeted her when the entrance of the manor came into sight set her blood instantly boiling. Gathered in front of the manor were 6 humans, wearing almost identical suits to the boys. Sitting against a tree was the target, his dirty blonde hair giving him away, as one of his men was wrapping a bandage around his arm. He was glaring at the boy, who was lying prone on the ground where a tall, dark woman was standing over him, hands balled into fists, and yelling something that Narvaez couldn't quite understand. Little engine? What? Gunny muttered over the comms. Eyes on. 6 targets encrypted in front of the manor. Get into position and mark your targets. Watch the perimeter. There may be a picket or 2. Keep eyes on the ground, Narvaez added. She felt a vice-like grip on her shoulder as Gunny grabbed onto her again. Narvaez looked up. At the straining cry of the boy as the woman hauled him back up by his hair and shoved him against a tree to speak to him. Where'd you get all this gear, Chief? You're perp lover like the old Injun was? The boy looked up through a swollen eye and a bloody nose and opened his mouth. Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah! Narvaez would have bull rushed forward if Gunny didn't have a tight hold on her, as the woman slammed a fist into the boy's stomach, folding him over mid-cry and silencing him as he crumpled to the forest floor. You make that heathen noise again, Injun Joe, and I'll cut that stupid ponytail off. The target, Jackson, spat out as he rose up from where he'd been leaning and stomped over to the boy. Constantine rolled over and gave the man a glare that would have burned through starship armor with his one open eye. Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah! Constantine started chanting again before the man jerked a knife like those carried by imperial sailors and grabbed the boy's hair. Constantine shrieked as the man started to saw away at the base of his braid. Now try and find your way to the happy hunting ground, you fucking savage! Jackson gloated, holding the shorn braid in front of the sobbing boy. He sneered before throwing Constantine face first into the dirt. Narvaez started to see blue, and she sighted in on the man, Jackson, and marked him. Pod marked targets. Fire on my order. Wait one, I don't have a clear shot, Crispy called back. Me neither. I'm working around to the right, Fluffy chimed in. Hurry the fuck up! They're killing him! Trix stressed as she marked the woman as her target. The blood pounded in Narvaez's ears, and she had to force herself to keep her finger off the trigger as she watched the woman roll the boy over as Gunny and Dix marked 2 of the men who were standing to the side, watching the scene dispassionately. So where are your purple people-eater friends, Chief? The woman asked in a lilting tone, kicking him in the ribs. The boy recoiled and curled up, cradling his chest. When he looked up, there was hate and determination burning in his eye, but he gave no response. Constantine gingerly pushed himself up into a kneeling position and looked to and fro, Son of Sila! Son of Mannen! Son of the Stralacha! He screamed as he looked about frantically before he seemed to do a double take. He looked over at where Narvaez and Gunny crouched, and a smile broke over his face. There's no one here but me, Juanitums, Constantine wheezed as he sat up and squared his shoulders. But the spirits of the Black Paints will come for you. You'll all die screaming. Narvaez felt warm pride in his defiance, even as his voice shook from the pain before spitting on the woman. There was a cry of alarm from the right that turned into a piercing shriek of agony, followed by a bestial roar, and a moment later, the ear-splitting report of a large caliber rifle firing into the air. "Take 'em!" Narvaez roared, momentarily taken by surprise as she sent a burst of laser fire at Jackson that was just a hair too late. Jackson and the others threw themselves to the side as the gun shot, and he disappeared into the trees. The woman tried to dodge too, but in the moment before the first gunshot, Constantine had lurched forward, grappling her leg, and sank his teeth into her calf, pinning her in place. She howled in pain as Trix quickly blew an 8-inch hole in her chest that cauterized instantly, and she collapsed on top of him. Two of the other men fell as Gunny and Dix opened up with their heavy repeaters, effectively disintegrating them in a shower of laser fire as a limbless torso flew into the clearing with another bestial roar from Fluffy. Gunfire erupted from their flank, spraying wildly into the trees, forcing Narvaez and Gunny to split and reposition as the ground and woods began exploding when the bullets slammed into them. Dashing around a sapling that was cut down behind her, Narvaez tried to find a position that would let her return fire from cover. A second stream of gunfire opened up, and she was punched off her feet by a lucky glancing shot to her hip that compromised her active camo as the plate failed. Narvaez sent a burst back as a third machine gun began to open up, spraying down the area where her HUD noted Crispy and Dix were trying to lay down suppressive fire. "I'm hit," she heard Joyboy grunt. "Can't get to her, I'm pinned," Fluffy called in. Narvaez turned and sent several shots toward the rising smoke where an insurgent was hammering the base of the tree where Fluffy crouched, decloaked and covered in red viscera. Her heart was hammering in her chest as Narvaez sent a spray of laser fire toward one of the machine gun nests. The dense foliage threw her HUD's computer for a loop, and she made target identification almost impossible, especially with the air filling with bullets. The gunners were repositioning. Two of the nests fell silent, even though there was no fire directed at them, and opened up from a new area. When Gunny bit off a scream from a burst of fire to their left that punched through her armor, Narvaez knew they were in danger of being flanked and cut to pieces. "Contact left! Don't let them flank!" Narvaez called as Gunny and Trix started to try and move around them. Finding a new tree to duck behind, Narvaez activated her emergency transponder and juiced the power to her transmitter. "This is Pod 19 Actual. We are heavily engaged with unknown number of hostiles, requesting immediate support from any nearby Imperial forces at emergency beacon. Requesting air and orbital support. Override emergency code." Her head whipped back, and there was a thunderous explosion as her optics scrambled and one of her external cameras went out, impairing her vision. Narvaez felt the ground rise up to meet her, and for a moment she laid still, dazed, watching the kaleidoscope of colors as her display flashed warning signs. "Stiffy bastards!" Narvaez heard through the ringing in her ears. "Woman down!" Gunny was on top of her, dragging her back as more rounds struck around them, and the ringing and dizziness began to subside. Her HUD was rebooting, trying to compensate for the lost optics as she brought her rifle up and sprayed in the direction the shots seemed to be coming from. "Talk to me, Major!" Gunny roared as she threw her into cover behind a tree and sent a long burst of heavy laser fire downrange. "Helmet did its job," Narvaez grunted as she rolled into a firing position and began sending shot after shot at anything that looked suspicious, desperately trying to pick out a target. First time for everything! Gunny laughed maniacally, somehow managing to hold her weapon steady despite the bloody holes in her arm. I count at least 7 heavies and a sniper. Her head whipped down to the side, and there was an explosion of sparks from her helmet. Make that 2 snipers, she quipped as she shifted her position and hosed down an area of the trees to her left. There was an explosion and a scream from near the entrance of the manor, and Narvaez looked over just in time to see the boy, still prone and partially under the body of the woman, drop a silver ring before pulling something off of the corpse on top of him. Narvaez watched as Constantine threw a little green ball toward a section of underbrush where a line of tracer fire was hacking away at the tree. Joy Boy was hiding behind, as Fluffy leapt from cover to cover, dodging fire trying to reach her. There was an eruption of dirt and the remains of the machine gunner as the grenade detonated. The withering fire that kept Fluffy away from Joy Boy and Joy Boy herself pinned down ceased. With 2 of their guns silenced, the crack from a sniper rifle was audible as the boy threw himself flat on his back. A sudden stab of fear and rage tore a scream from Narvaez as she hunted for the sniper. Fucker grazed me, Fluffy called in. Armor held. I've got Joy Boy. Narvaez watched as the Rakiri woman heaved Joy Boy up and dashed away to find better cover. Cover me, Narvaez yelled at Gunny as she sprinted out from behind the tree toward the boy. Gunfire stitched after her as she slid in front of him to shield Constantine from where another machine gunner had started walking fire around the area, looking for the grenadier. Narvaez screamed as she felt a burst riddle her back and legs as the boy screamed with her. She grabbed onto him and she felt searing pain bite into and through her, just as an ear-splitting roar of engines from above drowned out the sound of the guns. Narvaez's HUD was pinged with a location trace, and she looked up, beams of light stabbing down into the forest, tracing burning lines in the ground and bisecting trees. The machine gun fire on all sides abruptly stopped as Narvaez felt her heart leap to see 3 Navy shuttles emblazoned with the crest of the spear of the Knyaginya. Fire continued to rain down, blazing a perimeter around her and her pod as she watched them descend to hover a few feet off the ground, and Marines by the score came boiling out of the hatches. Help's here, son, Narvaez murmured happily despite the pain and sudden leaden stiffness in her limbs. She looked down at the boy in front of her and horror cut through the pain fog suffusing her brain. There was blue and red blood everywhere, and she couldn't see if the boy was moving, let alone breathing. Delirious from the pain, Narvaez tried to raise her arm but found she couldn't. Panic started to set in just as a familiar face swam into view. Stitches and 2 Marine medics, all carrying trauma kits, appeared and were trying to rush to plug the holes that the gunner had put in her. As her vision began to fade, Narvaez poured all her effort into grabbing her pod medic's arm. Save the boy, Narvaez managed to croak. Save Cryptid!
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Chapter 6, which was my first actual battle chapter. I remember I was kind of worried about how it would turn out because, again, these are the first chapters I'd ever written for anyone other than my wife, because we had been doing some kind of back and forth, just practice writing, telling stories with each other. And oh boy, it was, again, looking back on it, it's just, I did not know how to write and mostly just kind of telling a story. But anyway, that was the very first fight that I ever wrote that I ever showed anyone other than my wife. And I remember I was kind of proud about it, especially with how folks seemed to like it, especially compared to the second one. Um, for those of you who've read ahead, the second fight in the book was not as well received. And I was kind of trying to mimic another author's style, and it just didn't exactly work out for me. But that being said, um, roundabout here is where I kind of feel my writing starts to pick up a little bit, because this is where this is the point where my editors really started kicking my rear end a lot, and especially just yelling at me. And um, Lord Henry, or as the folks know him on Discord as Frog, uh, he and I got into constant friendly yelling matches. Just him accusing me of being way too flowery with my prose, and he always kind of accused me of being the Fitzgerald to his Hemingway in terms of our styles, of him being very, very straightforward and, short, sweet, to the point, whereas my style was very much, um, I'll go long-winded, which to that end, especially for those of you who are up to date, tomorrow's chapter and the epilogue, because tomorrow actually finishes book 4, finally. Um, we'll put the word count at at 984,000 words. So I'm only about 16,000 words away. I should, given my average, hit that in about maybe 3, possibly 4 chapters. So right into the beginning of book 5. Hit 1 million words for um, this fanfic of a harem novel. Go figure. And wow, I haven't heard that one before. I guess my writing does cure insomnia a little bit. So I'm glad. So apparently you're going to be with us now. That's awesome. So I'm just kind of curious. Is there anybody in here that this is their first time interacting with Cryptid Chronicle? Like, you haven't read it. This is your first time reading slash hearing it from me. I'm also kind of curious if some of you folks out there are catching some of the ways that I always pronounce my words, like the Spear of the Kinyaginya, and maybe you had it in your head different. Was there anybody in there that's heard names or places that pronounced differently than you would have? I'm just kind of curious. If go ahead and throw that into the chat. And in the interest of moving things along, because again, like chapter 7 um, is just like chapter 6. It's a long chapter, but chapter 8 is almost double the chapter length. Because for those of you who have read it, chapter 8 was my very first two-parter. And that was actually a my first Christmas episode too. So yeah, Vatiker. Yep. I always put it as like I've heard some folks call it Vaticray, and I think I've heard somebody, like one time I heard somebody use it like an old school Latin, so Vatiker, so the V like a W. Um, but that was only one person ever, and that was a long time ago. And yeah, the names, and again, for those of you who are veterans, Cryptid Chronicle, you've been reading along for the last couple of years, or even if you've read, like you binged the whole thing in a couple of weeks, looking at you, Bondsman. And you're not the only one, but definitely looking at you, sir. Um, there's some folks that just, that my naming conventions are um, they get involved. They get very involved. And yeah, well, there was two languages. I can't recall if it was to answer to build off of what you're saying, Quartzite. There's two languages. One, Vatiker is like the trade language. It's the standard language, and then you have like the political language, the ancient language, which is High Shill. And in my head, I always kind of heard it as the difference between any of the Romance languages like Spanish, Portuguese, French, Italian, Romanian versus Latin. So I remember I took Latin in high school, and that being said, the first time I went to Mexico, I was kind of shocked I could read most of the signs. Like, took me like just a little bit of guesswork, but I could read the signs thanks to Latin. But listening to the Spanish, I didn't catch any of it. So it's strange how, at least to me at the time, because I was just coming out of high school, that with Latin I could read Spanish, I could read Portuguese to a certain extent. Same with French, although the French spelling is just wacky. Um, but yeah, the language drift over the last 2,000 years, it's taken it very far away. But yeah, I can't recall if that's actually canon or if that's something that somebody made up along the way and who it was. That'd be an interesting thing to track down if that was actually canon to the original. But, well, we've gotten through roughly about a little shy of half the program here. Yeah, it's living in the South, especially a former Spanish colony, former Mexican border territory. I've picked up some what I call gas station Spanish, and it's not really good to use in polite company. But yeah, yeah, I'm not too subtle. So Luke the Dank, one of my longtime readers. Yeah, Barsukas, it's literally just badger with a apostrophe and a deleted consonant in it. And um, for those who are still brand new to this, if I do have a couple of brand new, you'll see what those are, and those are I'd say very very popular pet right now for one of the mains. But that being said, oh, I've got a good story, a fun story. So I've got a one of my great great grandmas when I was really really young. She was German actually. She was a German immigrant, uh, and she was like in her hundreds, when I was really little. Um, but she and my great great grandpa, who was on the other side of the family, did not at all get along. And I became something of a linguistic battleground between them. When my grandma, my oma, she would teach me really horrible things to tell my grandpa in German, and then I go go call him this, and I'm not going to repeat any of it. And then I'd go and I'd tell grandpa, and grandpa knew enough to know when he was being cussed at, just kind of would laugh and then tell me something in Salish. And again, I'm not going to dox myself by telling you which Silesian language, but would tell me all of these really dirty, dirty things to call my grandma back in Salish, and then go tell me to go tell her back to her. And I just would toddle back and forth between them, just cussing out my great grandparents by proxy. It's strange to relate. It's a fond memory I have just with my grandparents, and it was mostly in good fun. So yeah, I know that feel about grandma teaching you cuss words. Alrighty then. So with that being said, we'll continue tonight's stream. We'll go ahead and I'll key up, unless there's anything else, any other questions, comments, concerns. Uh, oh yeah, absolutely. That it was definitely the pre-internet flame war that I was. I was just the message board carrying just horrible, horrible slurs in different languages back and forth. But then, that's for those of you with kids, you also know that, kids are absolute sponges for language, and they are absolutely witnesses for the prosecution. Like you can forget for a half second, let fly with just something muttered under your breath, and then just from behind you, in that really high pitched, squeaky, toddler voice, you just hear that them just let fly, and then it's their new favorite word, and you just go, oh no, oh no, and we're going over to the grandparents' house. Oh no. Uh, my heart goes out to you, Ann's beginning. Yeah. I know I was very lucky. I got to meet my great my great grandparents, my great great grandparents. When I was very very tiny. Uh, so I got very lucky in that regard. And again, for those of you who've been reading up on Reddit and who've been on the Discord, y'all know that my paternal grandma. Uh, She's stage 4 pancreatic cancer, and it's palliative care, and it's one of those things where they've told us it's just with where she's at right now, we're looking at maybe another 2, possibly 3 weeks. So big booty in French. So yeah. Um, so for my longtime readers, I've already kind of given y'all the heads up. There's a strong likelihood that I'll be taking a uh, bereavement hiatus for a little while pretty soon. Um, the one difference is that at least we know about it ahead of time, and right now, grandma's very comfortable right now, and she's in good spirits. She has her ups and her downs, but yeah, Reishgeitzian, thank you very much for your condolences. I appreciate it. But yeah, it's the family's rallying around her and each other, and we're keeping a good eye on everybody. And it'll be nice. It'll be nice to see the family when we all get together. But yeah, Grandma's she's doing good right now, and she's making her peace with it, which is nice. And I'm also I feel lucky that you know my kids are not strangers to their great grandmother, my grandmother. Um, they've got a lot of good memories, and they talk to her a lot, so that's been nice. And yeah, and of course, yeah, memory eternal, dude. To your tia. Um, so yeah, it's one of those things. It happens to everybody, but right now the family's going through it, and We're about to go through it again. Yeah. Well, on the plus side, I managed to get book 4. So chapter 159's in the can. It's been edited. The epilogue's ready to go. It'll be its own separate post because this chapter is pretty long. So that'll be nice for folks. And if it just so happens that there's a hiatus, then yeah, I'll I'll come back. Like it's not, again, as I said, I'm not unprepared for it. Like we're emotionally and mentally preparing ourselves for this, so it's not like it's going to be a surprise. Um, it was the same with my other grandma a couple years ago. So anyway, I'm sorry to depress everybody. How about we get back to some more Cryptid Chronicle? Unless there be any objections, I'll go ahead and queue up chapter 7 for everybody, and might be that this turns into just a short little 3.5 hour, maybe potentially 4 hour stream. Um, and to that end, I'm just kind of curious if y'all like this better, like an earlier start time or a later start time, because episode 1 started about 9:30 last time I did this, and trying to start at 6 o'clock. Uh, be earlier to let some other folks join in if they wanted to. I'm just kind of curious, which would you rather prefer, later or earlier? Let me know in the chat, and I'm going to go ahead and hit play on chapter 7.
Cryptid Chronicle, Chapter 7, A Rare and Valuable Thing. The first thing Narvaez heard was a steady and rhythmic beeping. The breath caught in her chest, and sudden consciousness flooded her mind. She felt like an engine, long idle, finally turning over as awareness of her body returned to her. She wrestled with her eyes, desperate to open them as her mind jogged awake. She blinked against these in her eyes, and she quickly took stock of her surroundings. She was on her side, staring at a window with the curtains drawn, leaving the room suffused with dim light. The beeping came from behind her, and as she moved her arm, she became aware of the tubes and wires that were threaded over, in, and around her. As Narvaez stirred, she could feel the resistance of the brace around her, maintaining her position. I have a theory. The voice of Gunny floated up from behind her, and she heard a chair gently scrape against a tile floor. I don't think humans are actually that tough. I think their pain meds are better. This morphine stuff is fantastic. Narvaez smiled greatly as the shadowed figure of her friend moved around the bed and set a small chair down next to Narvaez that groaned when she sat down on it. She held out a cup of water with a straw in it that Narvaez nearly inhaled as she became aware of just how dry her mouth was. Casualty report, Narvaez whispered, fighting the cotton mouth feeling as she willed her tongue to work. And Constantine? The boy will live, and so will you. The acerbic voice of Stitches, the pod medic, announced the woman's presence. You've been in and out for the last 2 days, and we just got done putting you back together. Hey, Dr. Feelgood, can I get another hit? I'm starting to feel my shoulder again, Gunny asked sweetly, shooting a wink at Narvaez. She could see her friend's left arm was wrapped all the way up to her neck and secured in a sling over civvy clothes. Aw, poor little baby. Would you like your binky too? Stitches asked sarcastically, speaking to Gunny like an infant. Golly gee, can I have both? Honest and forthwoo? Gunny sang, her eyes a little glazed as Narvaez started snickering. Look into my eye, Stitches muttered, rubbing her eye with her middle finger before turning to check over Narvaez. Now, I could go over all the fancy big words of what happened to you, but I'll keep it simple for her sake, Stitches jerked her head over at Gunny, who smiled impishly. Going fetal in front of a machine gun has to be the dumbest idea you've ever had. We had to do 3 surgeries just to keep you alive. You had 2 more to go if you want to walk again. Suffice it to say, turning yourself into a violet Swiss cheese is not conducive to your welfare. What about the boy? What about my girls? Narvaez groaned as she became aware of the feeling of wrongness in her lower body. Everything was dulled, or not responding at all below her waist. Well, 4 of the 7 rounds that punched through you went on to hit him. Long story short, they were able to dig those damn rail spikes they use for ammunition out, but he was touch and go from what I could see. You're awake! The happy cry of Constantine, combined with the door bursting open and slamming against the wall, behind it jolted all 3 of the commandos, causing both Gunny and Narvaez to wince in pain at the sudden movement. Stitches and Gunny were left sputtering as Narvaez tried to turn her head to see him. The sound of squeaky wheels and quiet shuffling heralded his approach as he made his way around to see her. Narvaez's heart leapt to see him, even as Constantine stood there in a hospital gown, hobbling and using his IV stand as a makeshift crutch. His eyes filled with tears of happiness as he practically fell on top of her, wrapping her in an awkward hug that tugged on tubes and wires the both of them were hooked up to. You came, he whispered in her ear. I called for Grandpa, but he didn't come. I called for Mom and Dad, but they didn't come either. He tightened his arms around her, burying his head in her shoulder as her heart felt leaden in her chest. I called for you, and you came. Narvaez moved her free arm and clung to the boy as though her life depended on it. She felt the tears flow down her cheeks as she pulled the boy to her. Narvaez planted a motherly kiss above his ear and pulled him back to get a better look at him. His joyful expression chased her worries for his safety away, and relief and happiness washed over her in equal measure, allowing her to forget her own discomfort and pain. Hail Hela, you're safe, Narvaez repeated over and over. She heard a camera shutter sound and looked up to see a smiling Gunny with her omnipad in her good hand. You two are adorable, she cooed while Stitches continued to sputter incoherently. Though we were able to get your hair cleaned up, Gunny added sadly over Stitches. Narvaez noted his hair was jumbled in an uneven mess, and her jaw clenched in rage at the memory of Jackson sawing off his hair, and that came back to her. Oh, it's okay. It was getting a little long for me anyway, he shrugged, and Constantine ran his hand through the remains of his hair. It's mostly been an excuse for stupid people to make fun of me. Narvaez reached out and pulled him back into a comforting hug as the need to protect and mother him won the duel against the outrage that anyone would try to hurt the boy. He returned the hug silently while Gunny snapped more pictures, the indulgent smile on her face beating her impaired ability to hide it. The sound of running feet interrupted Narvaez from her response. Gunny, the boy's gone, Narvaez heard Trix shout urgently as the happiness drained from Gunny's face. You two had one job, the big woman growled, now radiating cold fury. We turned our back for a literal second, Narvaez heard the plaintive voice of Fluffy. He was laying down and looked asleep. It's cryptid, you dolt. You're lucky he decided to be corporeal, Gunny barked as Narvaez heard the 2 women enter her room. She lifted her arm and waved them. How? How is he even up? How are you even moving? Stitches finally managed to gasp as she moved forward, hands dancing back and forth as she tried to decide if she should pry the boy out of Narvaez's hug. "Oh, the nurse said they didn't have to go that deep. I just needed that rib goop, a skin patch, and some stitches. See?" Constantine replied cheerfully as he pulled the hospital gown up. He stood there in a pair of gym shorts and was proudly pointing at his chest to the grouping on his right side as Gunny and Stitch's mouths dropped open in shock. "The worst one was my leg. That one actually went through me. But if I don't put weight on it, it doesn't hurt." Constantine indicated his leg that was heavily bandaged. "Son," Gunny spoke in a quiet but serious tone as she carefully replaced the hospital gown around his shoulders. "Don't ever fucking do that again." "Do what?" "Take your shirt off in front of women. It's indecent and unbecoming of a young gentleman," Narvaez maintained in the same tone, fixing him with a hard stare. Constantine looked at Narvaez quizzically, and she nodded emphatically as they locked eyes. He shrugged as he helped Gunny resituate his gown to observe propriety. "I retract some of my previous theory. They are that tough, and that's why they have better pain meds than we do," Gunny groused to Narvaez as Constantine grinned. Narvaez heaved herself up and guided the boy to sit down next to her as Fluffy and Trix inched their way nervously into Narvaez's view. "So is someone going to give me a casualty report?" Narvaez demanded as Stitches knelt down in front of the boy to check him over. "Joy Boy's gut shot. She's on strict bed rest for another few days while they fix up her insides. Crispy's with her, so I'll give her 50-50 she'll be on the casualty list before the end of the day," Gunny stated as the two newcomers stood by the window. Dix caught a sniper round embedded in her hand and some shrapnel from a claymore. Thankfully, nothing too serious. She shifted a bit to show off her shoulder. "I caught these 3 new holes, and I'm thinking of incorporating them into a tattoo. While Cryptid here tanked 4 rounds like a little Grinshaw," Gunny said with a big smile at the boy, who beamed back. "You took the worst of it, though, docs say. You'll be back to work and operational inside of 2 months. "Any word from the skipper?" Narvaez asked. "None, except make sure we all stay here in this hospital, even if the counter comes from the planetary governess herself. Apparently, we stepped in it big time," she sighed with a shrug. There was a sudden commotion in the hall as voices floated down the hallway, loud and fast-paced. Narvaez looked around to the others. "So where's Truther? She's not too disappointed about Cryptid, is she?" An evil smirk crossed Stitch's face as she finally stopped fiddling with the boy's IV and checking him over. "Oh, we haven't told her, and she doesn't know, or didn't. Best batten down the hatches, we're in for a blow." Stitches intoned, her past in naval security before selection showing again.
"You mean she caught her? And she's a he? And he's tame?"
Truther's excited voice carried into the room from the hall. "Hide him!" Narvaez exclaimed nervously. She knew the absolute ball of chaotic energy that Truther was, and given the boy's condition, she wasn't sure how well he'd be able to handle her. For all that, he smiled serenely and looked over to Gunny and Fluffy. "So, should we punk her like we did Joy Boy and Crispy?" "Oh no, just be yourself and we'll give her a grand reveal," Gunny said with a smile. "Ladies, form rank!" she roared as she knelt down in front of him to block the view from the door.
"Best not leave me out of this. I want to see her face,"
Narvaez growled as a mischievous smirk lit up the boy's entire being. They formed up just in time as Truther filled the doorway.
"Where is it?"
she heard the woman demand before rushing into the room into Narvaez's view. Truther stood, bouncing up and down in excitement as she looked the line of commandos up and down, trying to catch a glimpse.
Well?
She demanded impatiently. Sergeant Apollonia, allow us to introduce our youngest and newest honorary podmate.
Cryptid,
Gunny declared grandiosely before they parted to reveal the boy. Narvaez watched the hyped-up woman's face crumple as she seemed to deflate at the sight of the injured boy sitting next to the major. Constantine leaned forward and began speaking in his strange language, in a deep and measured tone. His hands moved back and forth as he did, and he introduced himself to them as he did in the woods. There were smiles on all the girls' faces, except for Stitches and Truther, who looked alarmed and giddy, respectively. As Cryptid finished speaking, there was a loud squeal of delight from the once again excitedly bouncing Truther.
By the Empress! And honest to goodness, Indian!
She shrieked the last word and looked like she would levitate off the ground as she vibrated in place. You're not mad? Trix asked, snickering as Constantine looked utterly shaken and had stopped before he could translate his words for her.
Are you kidding? I'll kill all of you for this later.
Truther buzzed, excitedly as she eyed the boy like a cat watching a fish in a bowl.
But this is even better than Bigfoot, because they're all supposed to be dead!
She pointed a shaking finger at him before she launched forward to kneel in front of Constantine.
How did you survive the Indian Wars? Are there more of you? What language is that? Can you teach me? Is it true that you talk to animals and trees? What's it like having a horse for a cradle? Have you taken a scalp before? Where's your tomahawk? What's your Indian name? Where's your reservation? Do you really get mad at people who litter?
Her rapid-fire questions in heavily accented English saw her inch closer and closer to Cryptid until she was looming over him, and he shrank from the onslaught of the excitable woman. Down, bitch! Gunny shouted with a meaty thwack to the back of the woman's head before yanking her back and away from Constantine. We can't take you anywhere. Can't you see the boy's been hurt? Narvaez reached out and put a reassuring hand on Constantine's shoulder and chuckled at the complete change that had come over Truther as she seemed to do a double take after looking the boy up and down.
By the Empress! They even cut off his ponytail!
She stared in horror at his head before turning to grab Gunny by her collar.
Now he can't get into heaven, she squeaked.
What in the No! Constantine squawked indignantly before heaving himself up with his hands and hobbling angrily over to stare her down. The IV bag swung to and fro on its stand as it moved with him. Where did you hear any of that? What Pocahontas bullcrap have you been listening to? Almost none of that applies to me or my family, he ranted as the woman who quailed at the suddenly angry, wounded male advancing on her.
Family? There's more of you?
She asked hopefully as everyone else in the room slapped their foreheads with their hands in disgust. Constantine, she means well, but... Well, Narvaez started, worried that the boy might collapse into another fit of tears. Yeah! Right here, he declared exasperatedly, seemingly ignoring Narvaez. Constantine motioned with one hand around the room before turning to give the major an affectionate smile.
You know, I heard Indians were stealthy. But if there's more than one in the room with us?
Truther started looking around, tapping her chin in contemplation. He means us, you dumbass! Fluffy barked, moving to stand beside Cryptid with a glare at the oblivious commando. Okay, first off, stop calling us Indians. We're either natives or, in my case, Salish or Cilicians. Indian is something we use for ourselves, and it can be kind of offensive even when we say it, he reprimanded before hobbling over to sit in the chair. Second, that hair thing is stupid and I don't know where it comes from. One of my favorite John Wayne's references it, but that's for the Chinese cook. He huffed, and Constantine gave the woman an appraising look. I have 2 Indian names, he stated, as if Suddenly, he was a teacher in front of a class. "I am the seventh Constantine, and it is my ancestor from Russia's name who was sent here by the Empress Catherine II, passed down from my mother's Aleut side in Alaska. I also carry my grandfather's name, Iquisaela, and can speak the history of its bearers back to the time of the Haida Wars, 200 years before white contact." Narvaez watched as he steadily recited this information with pride and without any hint of sadness, and felt confused. Constantine turned to face her and fixed her with a look of gratitude. "And these new black paints avenged us. Grandpa Wiley and all those who've carried the name before can go up the hill in peace. It was a remembered fight." He spoke reverently as he turned his grateful smile to Gunny, Fluffy, and Trix.
"Up the hill?"
Truther asked quietly, chastened and suddenly a tiny bit shy. "Traditionally, we bury our dead on top of a hill, and that's where our ancestors live on, watching over our lands and our people. Grandpa has a long way to go to get home, but he'll find his way back to the home islands," he stated knowledgeably before turning to look down at the floor, a bittersweet smile crossing his lips. Truther looked like she was taking notes in her head, while Narvaez felt a sense of kinship with the boy. They'd struck a blow for Seraph, and though they hadn't known it, she recognized that the fight was what the boy needed to lay his grandfather to rest too. She reached out and took his hand. He squeezed her hand right back, and when he looked up at Narvaez, his eyes were dry. "Maybe he can take Syrup with him. I think she'd like it in the San Juan Islands. The way I heard her talking about sailing every time I used to visit, I don't think my ancestors would mind." "Who?" Fluffy asked, looking around at her other more senior podmates, eyebrows cocked in confused expression as her ears radar dished about her head. "Seraph, our fallen pod sister," Narvaez murmured softly, turning to the boy. "She was an island girl from Schill. I'm sure she'd be honored." "Oh, I thought her name was Syrup. I'll remember her, Seraph, as one of her witnesses." Constantine turned and raised his hands above his head as he stood, balancing on his one good leg. Fluffy bowed her head, and Narvaez felt a wave of sadness constrict her chest, causing her breath to catch in her throat. The door opened, causing everyone to look up as a chipper voice greeted them from behind her. "I see we're awake, Major. Good. And with all of you turning her head over, will be easy." "Goodness gracious!" Narvaez heard a woman speaking in Vatiker before a human nurse rushed around and practically bullied the boy back into the chair. "You little imp! You shouldn't be out of bed! That leg needs to mend!" "But nurse, I feel better." "Did you save the bullets?" he objected before trying to lean forward and change the subject. The nurse pushed him back down into the chair. "If it will mean you stay in bed and don't get up, yes, I can get them for you," she yelped, holding a plastic bag with 3 mangled lumps of metal. "Now can one of you giant warrior women please sit on him and make him rest?" Fluffy moved quickly to sit next to him under the withering glare of Gunny as the nurse handed the bag to the boy, who was happily distracted inspecting them, with Fluffy curiously looking over his shoulder. It was convenient as the healthy commandos helped the nurse transfer Narvaez to face away from the window and towards the door. "I'll let your visitor know you're awake. I believe she's with your friend, Sergeant Boitalarna," the nurse informed them after checking on Narvaez's vitals. The menagerie shifted around to the other side of her bed. "I have a visitor that's with Joy Boy?" Narvaez asked as soon as the discomfort from the transfer subsided. Oh yeah, the tam..." Truther started to say blithely before she was interrupted by Gunny clearing her throat with a subtle shake and a nod of her head toward the boy. Constantine was still distracted by Fluffy, talking about recasting the bullets and turning them into a necklace. The Baba Yaga. Gunny used the high shill word for boogie woman, as Truther nodded knowingly.
Yeah, her. She's waiting on you for a debrief. She's talked to all of us already.
Truther finished as there was a knock on the doorway, drawing everyone's attention. Standing there in the door was the woman that filled Narvaez with hope and dread. She sucked in a breath as her eyes darted to Constantine. The woman stood ramrod straight, heels together, as she waited for permission to enter. Her void black hair was pulled back into a tight bun behind her head, and her hands were folded behind her back. She wore her uniform scarlet trousers, but she was only wearing her white undershirt with her uniform tunic nowhere to be found. Good afternoon, Major Narvaez. I see you've most of your pod here, and... She paused for a moment, looking down at the boy. I see that Mr. Shaloxet is up and about. She entered at a measured pace, giving the impression of a predator advancing on an unsuspecting prey animal. The slim, 8-foot-tall woman seemed to loom over the boy, where he sat next to Narvaez, holding her gaze. Constantine's demeanor was relaxed and curious, while Narvaez heard the sound of the beeping machine increase in tempo as her own heart rate shot up. Her hands moved around from her back, and Narvaez blinked in surprise. There was a small folded piece of paper with a plastic figurine of a bipedal bird lizard with teeth. The woman knelt down in front of the boy and extended her fist in greeting with a kind smile. Mr. Shaloxet, it is a pleasure to meet you at last. I am Isola Galishka. Major Narvaez has told me so much about you. I saw the battle footage against Jackson and his murderers. You are a very brave young warrior. Her voice held an impressed and respectful tone. The boy slowly extended his own fist as Narvaez mimed the motion for him. Gunny started to translate when he looked at the big sergeant major with a somewhat confused expression. He preened a bit at the acknowledgement, which drew a chuckle. I am told by the nurses here that it is customary to present well wishes for a speedy recovery in hard copy, and that I couldn't go wrong with a tyrant lizard queen as an introduction gift for a young man such as yourself. Thank you, the boy replied politely, as he accepted the card and the figurine with a smile. Are you a Death's Head Commando too? The woman's eyes flashed over to Narvaez for a moment before she shook her head. No, I'm an officer attached to Her Majesty's ship Spear of the Kinyaginya. It's my job to see that rules are followed and that crews stay safe. The woman shifted slightly to a more comfortable position as she explained, tactfully, that she was an agent of the interior, without using the words. Like a military policewoman or a chief of security? Constantine shifted his leg around and leaned forward, interested in what she had to say. Yes, just like that. I got to watch the battle you fought with my ship's commandos from the cameras in their helmets. I saw you save the lives of Sergeant Portalarna and Sergeant Dainari. You looked like you knew how to use those explosives. Her tone was light, and her normally hard features were broken by a hearty smile. There was a hint of condescension in her voice, but it seemed to sail over the boy's head. It was just like throwing a baseball. Dad taught me how when I was little, and Grandpa showed me how to use a grenade. He wanted to make sure I knew how to use them so I'd be safe around them, he bragged proudly as Gunny continued to translate between them. Major Narvaez says that your people are warriors. Was this your first battle? The boy nodded in response to Galishka's question, puffing up slightly. Grandpa wouldn't let me fight while he was alive. He did teach me how to hunt and scout, so when I get bigger, I could take my place as a full black paint Stamish. That means warrior, and since both Grandpa and Dad were officers, I want to be an officer too. The boy spoke firmly as Narvaez shared a surprised look with Agent Galishka. You certainly have the courage to lead. Do you think one day you'd like to join Her Majesty's Armed Services? The agent responded slowly, turning her gaze back to the boy. Galishka's smile was back, but the same mask of the pleasant face that Narvaez saw many times when she was conducting an interview or a debrief was in place now. The boy looked at Narvaez and smiled as he nodded emphatically. You'll need to get a little bigger, but I'm sure you would make quite the Marine or Commando one day. I'd like to talk to you more about your grandfather another time. I hope you don't mind, but I need to speak to the Major. Agent Galishka stood up and dusted her pant legs off as the boy nodded in acceptance. Sergeant Tainari, I left my tunic in the hall outside the door. Would you please see that it is moved to Sergeant Botalarna's room? I'll retrieve it there when I leave. Galishka looked to the Rakiri woman, who immediately complied, leaving the room. The woman waited a few moments in silence before turning to look up at Gunny. Sergeant Major Wantalea, I believe that this young man may enjoy some of those human war movies you like so much. Perhaps, if you and the rest of the pod were to escort this Stomish back to his room, you could make a day of it. The last was phrased like a question, but spoken like a statement. Hey, Cryptid, do you like war movies? Gunny asked with a knowing nod to the interior agent before moving around Narvaez's bed to help the boy stand up. Do I? Have you ever seen Midway? The old one is the best, and they use some of the old footage from the battle itself. Grandpa and Dad loved war movies and sci-fi. The boy led the group out of the room, chatting animatedly about different movies, as Gunny and Truther looked like they'd both just found a 100-credit chit on the ground. Agent Galishka closed the door behind them and pulled the now vacant chair over to face her. Well, Major, you certainly know how to complicate my life. Her tone was aggravated, but it didn't show in her face as she sat down. Galishka smoothed her shirt, and a brief flash of annoyance crossed her face as she shifted to get comfortable. Narvaez squared herself as best she could, preparing for the debriefing to come. Agent Galishka, do you mind if I ask a question before we begin? The woman made a motion to continue with her offhand as she took a small oblong object out of her pant pocket, and a small blinking green light started to flash on it. I've never seen you out of uniform, even when you're on shore leave. Why aren't you? Because I thankfully spotted the boy in here before he spotted me, Galishka stated primly, as she set the device on her lap. The almost imperceptible buzzing of the auditory bug jammer tickled Narvaez's ears as the agent continued. Given his recorded statement that you sent, I thought it prudent not to be seen in a uniform he associates with abuse. Good news first. Best we can tell, you got as few as 5 and as many as 10. Hard to tell for sure with some of the equipment you are packing. The affirmation was uplifting, and Narvaez felt herself sag into the bed as a measure of tension left her. Considering the history of this particular cell, you've just dealt them their first recorded defeat. You'll likely catch a commendation, and so might a few of the others when all the paperwork is finished. There was a hint of pride and satisfaction in her voice as she smiled coldly down at Narvaez. On the other hand, You truly are Hele's own. If Captain Calrada hadn't dispatched A Company to relieve you when we first received your communique, you would likely be dead. So would the boy and Sergeant Puertalarna. I had wanted you pulled out in order to develop a plan to act on the boy's information, because so much of it checks out, and the deeper we dig, the more of the cell we expose. Quite a few of the names he gave us have been flagged by the Interior for observation for social media posts, but other than that, we had no idea they were active insurgents. Funny thing is, almost none of the names the boy gave up had any connection to any human military. Agent Galishka cleared her throat and fell silent for a moment as she pulled her omnipad off her hip. So, we still don't know or have an explanation for who taught them how to move like that in the woods, or who supplies their weapons, Narvaez muttered in disappointment. She changed the position of her arm to prevent it from falling asleep and to help support her head as she talked. That is correct, Agent Galishka confirmed as she handed Narvaez the omnipad with a looping video playing. He survived, by the way. Jackson accessed his bank account, and the ATM caught his picture yesterday. So he and about another 9 to 14 are still out there. Her voice was neutral, but Narvaez caught a brief twitch of the agent's eye as the enemy leader got away. So it's not over. Narvaez's heart sank at the news. She looked over at the door, and her thoughts went to the boy and what his reaction would be to hear this news. That is not all, Major. There are 2 other concerns. Narvaez focused back on the agent sitting across from her as the woman leaned in. She hated that the damn machine gave away her sudden nervousness with its constant monitoring of her heart rate as it spiked despite her cool control of her expression. When you called for help, there was a point before we lost radio communication with you, Agent Galishka began, eyes boring into Narvaez's own. She took on a predatory demeanor as she leaned in almost imperceptibly. Galishka's face a mask of stone and focus. Broken recordings of your transmissions sounded like you were calling for orbital and aerial support in a protected region where those are forbidden. When Narvaez didn't react, as she fought to wrestle her heart rate back down to a steady pulse, the woman continued. It could therefore be construed that you are about to issue an override code that would have taken the responsibility entirely on yourself. Here it comes, getting my command shot to the deeps, trying to call in an illegal strike, with everything else she may finally have that she needs to bust me down. The thought played out behind Narvaez's own mask as the 2 women stared at each other in silence for a long moment. Narvaez opened her mouth to respond, but Agent Galishka held up a hand. Before you answer, you should know that the moment the boy's name hit the network, a detainer warrant was issued from the regional governess up in Seattle, though the reason is vague. I did some digging, and it seems that his having been detained before is true. It also seems that his medical examination found that he tested positive for cerulean pox and was slated for transfer to an imperial medical facility on the east coast of this continent.
That makes no sense. Untreated cerulean pox kills inside a year.
Narvaez winced as a stab of pain shot through her as she inadvertently jolted herself.
Everyone knows if you catch it, there's no cure. Only treatments for the rest of your life.
And, given that he neither has weeping sores, nor has turned magenta, I doubt he ever had it, nodded Galishka, slowly, as though walking a child through a difficult school lesson. Therefore, if he truly did have the disease and escaped, it would be logical to assume that there would have been an outbreak in the general population, or at least amongst the Marines and agents stationed in the sector. Since that has not happened, and no other known cases have been reported in the last year, that suggests to me one of three possible conclusions. The first is that the test gave a false positive for whatever reason. The second is that human immune systems may be robust enough to fight the infection. Or, she trailed off as she took two fingers and canted her head to the side. Or, Narvaez repeated, awaiting Agent Galishka's answer with trepidation. Or Sergeant Apollonia may be right about certain rumors and accusations for once, the woman finished as she leaned back. So, since the last thing that I want is for some corrupt noble twat stepping all over my tits on what is now my investigation, I need you to remain at a rank that will give an agent at least a moment's pause, while you ensure the boy is not whisked away. So, since your helmet's data was damaged in the engagement, I need your complete honesty. What exactly did you call for when you requested support? Galishka's eyes burned with intensity as her voice became dangerously soft-spoken when she put the question to Narvaez. I called in any and all ground forces that were available in the area to assist when we were heavily engaged, Narvaez reported, her tone even, and she flashed a challenge back at the woman as she loomed over her. Good. As of now, your pod is listed as combat ineffective, and is to remain in these medical facilities until such time as I determine that you are ready to resume your duties. As for young Mr. Shaloxet, his wounds were grievous enough that he is to remain here under close medical supervision. A 12-year-old boy getting shot 4 times with a weapon that can punch through fiber mesh armor and surviving is almost unheard of, and he would not survive transfer to another medical facility. Do nothing to make this dirtball's agents, who will undoubtedly be showing up soon, suspect otherwise. Am I clear, Major Narvaez? She charged. Why would you protect him? Narvaez's words surprised even her, and the interior agent standing over her looked momentarily taken aback before recovering. Because your pod, like all the rest of the crew, can be a pain in the ass, Galishka huffed as she walked to the door and opened it. Waiting beyond was the nurse, who looked as though she was about to knock. But you're all my pain in the ass. You saved your lives, gave us good, actionable intelligence on an insurgent group we've not been able to get anything on for nearly 3 years. He's earned a little protection from the stupid and the corrupt. I'll delay any official interview with the boy until you're out of surgery and can stand as his matron, as he seems quite attached. Galishka gave Narvaez a piercing look as she excused herself with a nod, and the nurse came in to check her vitals. Narvaez finally relaxed as the nurse administered another dose of pain medication to her IV bag.
And so ends chapter 7. Yeah, that's Galishka is the first Sevastatavan in my story to be shown on screen, and yeah, that the whole space Russians that actually comes from Top Lasgun. That was Compass with Top Hat, his invention. Because prior to him, as far as I recall, Compass is the first one to actually invent two ethnicities within the Shelvati. And his two are the Space Russians, which are the Sevastatavans, and then the Space Scots, which are the Cambrians. And I remember when I was getting ready to write Cryptid Chronicle, And again, I was reading Just One Drop, Top Lasgun, City Slickers and Hayseeds, The Cook, the tippity top, the best of all of the fanfics about 3, 4 years ago. And I remember I was in world building on the Discord, and we just got to talking, and because like I speak Russian, I teach Russian at my job. That's one of the classes that I teach, one of the classes, and I love the language, I love the history, I love the culture. And I just remember going like, okay, so you space Russians, the Sevastopovans, and tell me a little bit more about them and the Cambrians, because the Cambrians were the most at the time they were the most fun because they're angry, belligerent, shill Scots women, and they had a really unique kind of story. Like they still have their queen, um, who is they're a suzerain queendom within the Imperium, and that really got my kind of creative mind going. Is like, hey, that's something that's missing. Is that there's no ethnicities within the Empire aside from the different races, and so we got to talking, and I just started spitballing Sevastopol history, and at this point, you know, cryptid fans, like the rest is history. Like because that became what you've seen in Sevastopol. And I won't go any further because spoilers for those of you who haven't read it yet. Um, but they're easily probably now like I think they're one of the favorite ethnicities of the show, especially for what the stream takes its name after because of Snowlight's glow in the literary salons. And that itself gets born out of a chapter um, that gets born out of the next chapter. There'll be a line, and you'll hear it um, when Galishka asks Constantine, to tell his story, and Constantine just starts laughing and just says, "Wait a minute, you're asking a Native American to tell you his story." And this is true for those if you've not experienced Native American culture. We are storytellers. We are big storytellers. Um, and we are always like, if you ask us for a story, lock in. You're going to be there for a long time, as evidenced by Cryptid Chronicle. It's a long one. And Galishka just smiles and says, "I'm Sevastopolvan. I love long stories." So that'll be listen for that because that's the line that gave birth to what veteran readers, the readers who are caught up, know and love about Sevastopol, like just what makes them truly unique in the Empire. Um, and yeah, um, 3 to 4 years ago, I started writing this in November of what was it? Guys, about 2002, I think. Something like that. It's no, a little bit earlier, but yeah, it's been a hot minute. I've been trying to keep up a good pace on writing the chapters, just because again, with trying to keep up with Rion with him, and he's a machine. He every week, like clockwork, and I've tried to do the same thing with Cryptid Chronicle, and that consistency, and like I mostly hold to it, which I'm very proud of that. Um, yeah, the oh boy, like that's the one thing that gets me is just again, like Russian history is a particular favorite of mine, and Don't get me started on the communists and what the Leninists and what the Trotskyites, like all of them, what they did to Russia is just absolutely criminal, just criminal. Um, but yeah, we got Banriga. That was Mrs. Kaz. That's the Space Irish. I've got one character, but a lot of references to some of their stuff, like Malolace, which is coming up in I think books 2 or 3, and we'll get more of that in the upcoming book 5, especially with the Gehennian Classic for the Regatta that's coming up, and that'll be fun. Cats, see you. Hope we see you back relatively soon, especially as we're nearing the end. And by nearing the end, we have a hour and 20-minute chapter for chapter 8 coming up before the end of it here. So, yeah, well, looks like it's going to be a 4-hour stream if I start it right now. But that's the thing is we've got a whole bunch of them. So, there's the standard Imperial culture, which fans of Just One Drop, that's what you see Tom in. And his is, like, that's a very unique feel. It's the very modern, cosmopolitan capital of the empire. And then you get places like Vasconia and the Vascons, and they're just so anachronistic. Like they are absolutely like these old school. Like I'm really looking forward to really exploring the dynamic of like traditional Vascons going to the capital and interacting with the capital, because they're so stuffy. They're so stuffy by imperial standards. They like it's weird because they're very egalitarian. Like the rest of the empire is fairly um it's the opposite. It's the gender reverse of misogyny. It's uh not misogynism. I can't. It's one of those words. I need to look it up. But yeah, Space Kansas on Willis. Yeah, the Midwest. But the Vascons are just so very comparatively stuffy, even though they're very strangely you know egalitarian when it comes to their men. But they have so many rules about deportment and etiquette. And then, of course, there's the Amazi, which the Rigoi tribes of the south, the shrublanders, if you're being rude. Oh yes, thank you, misandrous. They're very misandrous. Cats, Schwag, thank you very much for helping me out there. It's one of those words I couldn't. It was on the tip of my tongue. I couldn't remember it. But yeah, like the empire is very, very misandrist. Um, and then you get, these cultural iterations where, in Vasconia, it's very egalitarian. Uh, it's very egalitarian, but there are definite gendered expectations, especially when it comes to um, interacting with members of the opposite sex and uh, just in society in general. However, there's not that level of you stay home with the kids and the husband goes lives in the kitchen. Um, there's not really much of that in Vasconia. In fact, it's completely opposite of that in terms of just like you don't like, or not the opposite. It's pendulum swing is completely the other way. Like they're men and women are in the kitchen. They're like there's that egalitarian quality where men are as um, as free to exist in society and in public life, perhaps even more so, especially because the men control so very much of the season, as you'll see. For those of you who are just tuning in, this gets into starting in chapter about 16, 17 is when the hints start to get dropped, and then it builds from there. But I'm also looking forward to exploring some of the others, like really exploring the Cambrians, and when we get to them, I'm really looking forward to the Arabians and going to mirror their home world very soon with writing. So, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and we will move to chapter 8. And the long one, but this will be the last chapter of the evening. Uh, so, without further ado, chapter 8.
Cryptid Chronicle, Chapter 8, Part 1. The Saddest Things.
No, not the old guard. Why?
The wailing cry of Crispy woke Narvaez up as the movie they were watching was coming to a close. The room was dark, but she could see her entire pod clustered around her bed while Constantine sat in her wheelchair next to her. They had to get the Emperor out. Wellington gave them a chance, but they said merde, which I think means no. Constantine comforted her by rubbing her shoulder. Trix and Dix looked over at Narvaez with identical wry smiles and shook their heads as their translator showed them that it meant something very different. The pod had split between rooting for the French or rooting for the British at the start of the movie, and it seemed that Team France was not exactly happy about the end of the film. Narvaez blinked as her brain started to catch up to where she was and what was happening. The big screen that they'd tactically acquired was showing the aftermath of the war movie they'd just watched. Bodies of thousands of men lay strewn where they fell as the commander of the victorious army rode somberly through the battlefield, and his words struck Narvaez to her core. Next to a battle lost, the saddest thing is a battle won. With the echoing question of the red-coat soldier shouting, "Why?" as the camera panned to his body. She hadn't meant to fall asleep, and Narvaez felt a stab of confusion and disappointment. The last she remembered, the human emperor had the redcoats nearly defeated, and somehow he'd lost.
You were how old when you watched this the first time?
Fluffy barked the question in shock as the movie came to a close, with the human emperor being sent into exile once more. When the fighting had started, she tried to shield his eyes, but the resultant slap fight had forced Narvaez to intervene and remind everyone that this was his movie. As the movie progressed and the movie didn't shy away from the deaths, she found herself regretting telling Fluffy off.
5, I think?
Constantine shrugged as he handed the Omnipad back to Gunny.
I know I dressed up like Marshal Blucher for Halloween once in kindergarten.
Narvaez smiled at the boy because he'd been trying to use more Vatican around them. I think you make a better Corporal O'Connor with his lost pig, Gunny replied, breaking out of her melancholy to smile at him. The last 4 days since they'd started their movie and TV marathons had Gunny the happiest Narvaez had ever seen her. Some of the war movies had been fun, light-hearted affairs, while others had been no-holds-barred, gritty looks at primitive human warfare. Constantine had insisted that they watch the movies together, and Narvaez was grateful to be included, as some of the movies were very good. The boy was a history savant, too, and talked their ears off about the battles and the wars. There was even a movie where the boy claimed one of his ancestors had been present. A punishing battle, where human marines had stormed the beach of a small island and raised their flag on top of the mountain. "So what's next?" Joy Boy huffed from her own wheelchair, smug about the British victory over the French and avenging her own beloved Picton. "Zulu Dawn or Alamo?" Gunny responded, looking down at the long playlist of movies. "Ooh, Zulu Dawn! The natives win that battle!" the boy practically shouted. "But I thought you liked John Wayne. Alamo is one of his movies. Why don't you want to watch one of those?" "I don't like that one. It's the worst and I hate it." Nervia stared down as she saw the boy's lip actually tremble. "I mean, it's not bad, but the ending sucks. John Wayne doesn't die." "Then perhaps now would be a good time for a break." The voice of Agent Galishka sounded in the doorway. She was once again dressed down, wearing a pantsuit in her house colors of teal and maroon, with gold piping. "I see you took me at my word, Major, and I hear your surgeries were a success." She entered, without waiting this time, moving to stand opposite the boy. "Yes, thank you. I should be ready to go again by the end of next month." Narvaez eyed the woman carefully, shifting slightly in her bed. "Physical therapy begins in a few days. It'll be nice to get some running done. I've been getting a bit itchy to move since I'm stuck in the bed or chair all day." The agent nodded before turning. "Good afternoon, Mr. Sherlockset. I was hoping we could have that talk about your grandfather, about Steve Jackson, and the rest today. That is, if you're feeling up to it," Galishka asked kindly as she pulled a chair up to sit in front of him. "Should we leave?" Trix asked nervously as the agent settled into a seat. "It won't be necessary," Galishka stated, cutting off the worried look that had appeared at the sudden tension in the pod. "I'm sure he would appreciate your being here to support him." "What do you want to know?" Constantine asked, watching in fascination as she took out a small telescopic stand to set her omnipad on. "I want to learn whatever you're willing to tell me about everything that's happened to you, from the day we arrived to the day you fought alongside these ladies. I'd like to know how you became so skilled at infiltration, that you were able to outclass a pod of Death's Head commandos, and why it is that you decided to help us. In short, I'd like to hear your story." Constantine smirked at her. "Are you really asking an Indian to tell you a story? Because it's going to be a long one if you are." Agent Galishka returned his smirk with a challenging smile of her own. "I'm Sevastatavan, young man. We invented long stories." "How far back do you want me to start? If you want the beginning, I'll start with Nilto, from the very beginning of time." The agent chuckled. "As interesting as that might be, let's start with who your grandfather was, and how it is that you joined the insurgents." The boy nodded and took a deep breath. He sat up straighter in the chair as he locked eyes with the woman and began to speak. "I am Ikwisi'ela, and this bearer is the last of the Orca clan Shaloksets. I drove our Haida enemies onto the rocks and took many heads when they attacked our winter village on Orcas Island. I signed the treaty with the Great White Father, and I fought against the slavers of the South. I fought and fell at Bellow Wood, and was honor-named Devil Dog by my enemies. I rescued our people's stolen children by begging the Great White Father to return them, and built a day school so they could stay. I swatted kamikazes from the skies of Iwo Jima and hunted the Ho Chi Minh Trail. And for a time, I fought against and for the Shovari Imperium to avenge my dead family. This is who I am and who I have been. So I will tell you the story Constantine paused dramatically before leaning forward, staring intently into the agent's eyes. "Of my last remembered fight." There was a gust of cold wind off the water that pulled at the beaded feathers of his cedar hat, and Constantine hid his hands inside the folds of the blanket that was wrapped around his shoulders and shivered. Grandpa put a steadying hand on his shoulder as a wave lifted the traveling canoe up by its long raised bow. The skipper leaned hard on his steering oar to turn them into the white-capped swell. The drumbeat from the old woman in front of him kept the pullers in sync as they plunged their oars deep into the water. They were finally in sight of their destination, having pulled all through the night to make the tribal gathering on the now deserted San Juan Island. Constantine felt the bench he was sitting on fall out from under him, and he was left with a momentary feeling of weightlessness as the canoe slid down the other side of the wave before thumping back hard into it. The jarring sting in his backside woke him up from where he'd been dozing as the light of morning broke over the mountains and the islands that surrounded them. There on the beach ahead, he could see other canoes from other families being hauled out of the water and carried to the safety and cover of the trees, away from the prying eyes of the aliens who had taken the planet almost a month ago. "Steady, grandson. Don't let the sea take you now," Grandpa spoke in Salish as the woman stood up gracefully and began singing out as several people on the shore were gathered in a line on the beach. Many were carrying weapons, and the pullers began backing to hold, waiting for the song from the beach telling them that it was safe to approach. On the beach, 3 women clustered together and began drumming a response. The bright melody of their voices, singing the welcome song that floated over the water, set everyone in the canoe at ease as the pullers renewed their paddling as they dug hard for shore. Standing on the beach, a woman from one of the northern clans readjusted his blanket so that he wore it like a sash, pinning it down on his side. She smiled sadly at him as she did, before checking his vest and straightening the tiny carved cedar paddles that hung like it from tassels. "There, now you are presentable for the council." Constantine nodded silently, and the feathers of his hat rustled again as he raised his hands, bobbing them twice in thanks. He walked over to follow his grandpa, where he had stood waiting for him, stumbling a bit on the seaweed-slicked rocks. "Come along, grandson. I know you want to go play, but I need you with me to represent the family," he insisted as he wrapped his arms around him. Constantine didn't really want to play. He didn't know the 2 or 3 children that had come with the other families, but he didn't say anything. He hadn't really spoken in close to a week. Beyond the beach, on a raised promontory, was a cluster of blanket-wrapped women and men wearing theirs draped over one shoulder, as his was. Constantine looked down and fidgeted with his blanket, an old hand-woven heirloom they'd been able to recover from Grandpa's home in the reservation. Tears gathered in his eyes at the memory. The giant purple aliens had dropped fire from the skies and had scoured their homes from existence. The long, old longhouse was sat next to the tribal council building that had been destroyed, and the resulting firestorm had burned almost all of their family's allotment. Only Grandpa's house and those of his neighbors who lived near the beach had survived. It had taken them almost 3 weeks to reach it. When they got there, they found the house that hadn't been destroyed stood empty and abandoned. Constantine had run off into the charred remains of the forest, scared, looking and calling for Andy or any of his cousins where they used to play hide and seek or pretend they were like the old Indians, living in the woods, drumming and singing their songs. He had found no one, but in the glade where they used to practice their dances, he found 2 grave markers with his favorite cousins' names on them. Grandpa had found him wandering alone in the forest and had scooped him up when he told him what he'd found. "Let it out, grandson. Don't bottle it up. Warriors don't cry, Grandpa, Constantine found himself saying. It was the last real thing he'd said as a feeling of numbness overtook him. That's your father the Marine talking, KT. Cry with me, and let the healing begin. That is the old way. His grandfather had started to sing a crying song, but Constantine couldn't find the voice to join. Grandpa had tried to be a comfort, but when they'd found that the only trace of Grandma and Andy had been Grandma's car found crushed and totaled in the shockwave of a blast, he'd stopped trying. Constantine took a steadying breath and looked around him as though suddenly awake, just as he felt Grandpa touch his shoulder. He was on the promontory, besides his grandpa in the middle of a small circle of elders. Grandson, you must introduce yourself. It would be better if he did not speak. The boy is clearly in mourning, and his spirit is in pain. The woman who spoke was wrapped in a faded red fleece blanket with a black salmon printed on it. Constantine could see her iron-gray hair hung loose and long over under her cedar hat, spilling over her shoulders, and her black eyes peered out from a cragged and saggy face, painted wholly in red with small yellow and black accents. Do not take him back the way you came, or he may find spiritual harm from the grief he has left in his wake. The elder warned his grandpa as a wrinkled hand extended from underneath the blanket to emphasize her order. The woman was the only red paint Tamil present. A lone Tamil, surrounded by Stamish, Constantine thought. It felt wrong. In times of trouble, the warriors should have been the minority, not the healers. We must focus on the matter at hand. These purple Juanitum are worse than the white man ever was. Entire families killed, the survivors scattered. These white men resist while we stand and talk. Constantine didn't see who spoke, but he did see the Tamil's face take on a scowl as she fixed her gaze on the man who looked younger than Constantine's father. There was a chorus of objections from some of the other elders, who were barely in their 20s or 30s, the eldest of their families who had survived or escaped. The only true elders present were from the outskirts of Seattle or Victoria. They had survived the invasion and not been moved away by the invaders. Constantine recalled the last time he'd been to a gathering with the tribe's clan's elder, and there had been hundreds from all across Puget Sound and the coasts of the old Salish Sea. There had been so many that they'd needed to meet in the old longhouse that could almost hold half of the clans on their home reservation. Now, barely 20 remained, and most were young. A fresh wave of pain constricted his chest at the thought of his brother, his parents, and his whole family being in the burned houses, threatened to drop Constantine to the ground in racking sobs. He took a deep breath and clenched his jaw, trying to tune out the argument that unfolded around him as he tried to regain control. If you do this, you will only bring more death to our people. We've lost too many of our elders and children. We must make peace and recover our lost families. The land will remain, but our people must be found. The Tamil woman spoke firmly, as ingrained protocol and courtesy for an elder stopped the younger men and women from speaking to listen. We have no home for them to be brought back to. Even our reservations have been dissolved. We have nothing left. The young man from before countered. The ones they didn't kill, they rounded up and carted off to God knows where to clear out our islands. He spat on the ground, to make sure we would be cared for by a loving empress. They threw the Juanitums living on our islands out too. The governess says they intend to rewild them. A woman from the western clans, marked by the design of her black paint splashed on her face, and shapes reminiscent of whale flukes spoke out. They say they will restore the planet to be as it should. The Tumult turned, and the young woman quailed beneath her gaze. And what, little niece, do they know of how our world should be? At least the whites have a homeland whose distance can be measured in kilometers and not light years. They know nothing of the land that the Creator gave to us. They will fumble about blindly as all others who have come to these lands uninvited have. She's right. They'll take it for themselves and drive us out like the Great White Father did. They will end us as a people, a voice called out, challenging the Western black paint as she rounded on the speaker. We have our histories, our heritage, and our language. We have all that we need to survive, another voice called before all else was lost to a cacophony of arguing voices. Constantine watched as Grandpa walked into the center of the circle and waited. The gathering fell silent until all that could be heard was the wind and the water. Our culture, our Shalangan, is nothing without our homeland. We cannot give it up again without a fight. We made that mistake against the Americans and the British. We cannot make that mistake again by trusting a new colonial power. I intend to fight. I am Ikwes'ela, and I will fight alone if I must. But the Orcas go to war. And we are with you! Several of the young black paints nodded their agreement, while two northern black paint elders' faces were stony and remained silent and still. They may have been two-faced dogs, a new voice with an accent Constantine didn't recognize cut through the noise of the arguing youth. But at least we had the treaty and our sovereignty. I say, if we help them restore their old nations, we can demand our land and our rights respected. The Haida will stand with those who fight. A man, who had been standing almost hidden behind the Tumult elder, spoke as all turned to look at him. He was young, and was covered by a cloak that was a white field, and busy with the red, black, and teal-colored artwork the Haida were known for. He seemed, seeing him clearly, he was the odd one out, as the Haida were not Salish, and had been their ancestral and ancient adversary before the treaty with the Americans had been signed. You dream, boy. The Tumult sniffed derisively at him before showing him her back to address the rest. We are too few to fight them. They swept the Americans in a day, and most of our young warriors died with them. Her voice was full of command as she reached out with a wizened hand to grasp the air in front of her to silence the storm of words that built in the young ones. She drew her hard gaze around the gathering, and they fell still and silent. At the last, she fixed Constantine with those black eyes, and her expression softened. Ikwes'ela, look at your grandson, the bearer of your name. You are all he has left. You must not fight this war. You cannot let your heritage die. Constantine felt Grandpa's hand on his shoulder, and his voice carried the same hurt that Constantine felt in his heart. I go to share my heritage with these purple Juanitan. If the Haida and the white man fight against them, then they are my allies. My grandson will earn his war club in battle, not ceremony. We go to avenge our family, or make one last remembered fight for the end of the Orca Salish. The woman closed her eyes, tears falling as she nodded in acknowledgement before turning her back on him. Grandpa pulled on Constantine's shoulder as he left the gathering, leading almost half of the black paints and the Haida man with him. They'd known he'd lost his family, and they'd seen what effect it had had on him, but to hear it laid out sucked the wind out of the entire pod. With their entire clan wiped out or carted off to only Nyosa knew where, no wonder their remaining war chiefs had declared their own war on the Shelvati Imperium. I don't understand. You're a sovereign nation within a nation, exempt from the sector laws, but not the nations. But you are subject to sector policing while self-governing. Would you explain that to me? Agent Galishka jumped in and interrupted the boy's story when he paused for a moment to take a breath. Something to do with our treaty. We gave up our land and our independence, and in return we got to keep our rights to our lands and traditional sites. They were also supposed to take care of us. They never did, though. They took most everything, and the boy's jaw clenched. They took our children and sent them to schools where they beat them for being Indian. They broke their treaty and stole our land, homes, and food. They bulldozed our sacred sites and tried to make us hate and forget who we were. Other tribes, they weren't so lucky. The boy took a steadying breath as his eyes lost focus, and he adopted a 1,000-yard stare off into the distance. There was a moment of silence as Narvaez and the rest processed his words. Why would your people honor a treaty when they did all that? Truther's question was soft, but by the looks on the rest of the pod's faces, it was on all of their minds. Even Agent Galishka leaned forward, wanting to hear the answer. Because they had no honor means we shouldn't? I gave my word to the Great White Father close to 200 years ago. So did all the families of the Salish. The boy almost roared before he fell silent, looking down. We gave our word. He spoke softly, but with conviction. The United States ceased to be a country, and its laws were null and void when it surrendered. So why fight for your oppressors? Agent Galishko leaned back and canted her head to the side. Narvaez nodded in agreement, but didn't expect much of an answer from the boy. You know, I asked Grandpa that once. He quoted a movie at me. He said, life would be a lot simpler if we could choose our duties and obligations, but we can't, and we shouldn't. Constantine looked away for a moment and wiped his eyes before looking back at the woman sitting in front of him. It was still our home, and my family served for almost 150 years. Narvaez watched Agent Galishka close her eyes and take a steadying breath. Her expression softened as she nodded. Please forgive my interruption. Pray continue. He'd wrapped his braid around his neck and hidden it underneath his hoodie. Cutting through the stream had been a mistake. Constantine's shoes made a squelching sound that sounded like cymbals every step he took as he was escorted through the purple-tinged halls to a Spartan waiting room with a table and 2 metal chairs. He wasn't in handcuffs, but the red-garbed monstrous woman that had him by the arm didn't need them. Her grip was vice-like, and he'd already earned a bruise making the mistake of trying to kick her in the shins and run. She marched him in and forced him to sit down in the chair opposite the door and left, muttering in her barbaric tongue. Constantine stood up and paced the room, looking all around and taking stock of where he was. The door was locked, but that was to be expected. There was a camera in one of the corners and no windows, so he sat in the corner underneath it, cross-legged, as he thought about how he'd come to be here. As runaway attempts went, this was easily his shoddiest. The road was a new path, and one that he'd hoped they'd be too clever to think he'd use. Tanisha had been drinking Everclear again, and he'd left the TV on Das Boot because it was a long one. So long as the TV was on and she didn't hear him, she left him alone. Moron. Constantine pulled the same trick each and every time. All it took was patience, and being a little Injun shit, as Tanisha kept calling him over and over, driving her to drink, weather the slaps she'd sent his way, and wait for her to lock him in the basement. Then use the escape tunnel she didn't think he knew about. He'd break the tiny window or scratch up the lock on the door just to throw her off his real trail. He didn't know why he couldn't go with Grandpa, but it was something new this guy Jackson was obsessed about. Stay in the safe house and watch movies all day. Up until a month ago, it had been him and Grandpa with a band of other indigenous warriors and volunteers. They'd moved between the Olympics and the Cascades for just over a year, raiding the Shovati, as he'd learned they'd been called. They liked to live in the old stories, and they passed around the fire that they had in their heyday, living and fighting like true Salish. Other tribes had gathered. Their distant cousins from Montana and Idaho had sent volunteers, and their Plains cousins had come with them. There was even a Hawaiian islander who was a TACP before the invasion, but he'd been killed just before they joined forces with this Quinitum resistance movement. Constantine, along with several other children, stayed in the camps and learned from the warriors that Grandpa and the other elders were gathering. There were men and women from every service branch and special forces unit in Canada and the United States. They mixed with veterans of the American Indian movement, who had made their names adding to the turbulence of the 70s and 80s. Grandpa and the other elders had made it a rule that everyone taught everyone else their job and their skill sets. It was like being back with his cousins and his brother again, only now it wasn't pretend. Learning to track, hunt, fish, and move silently from the elders and warriors from all over Canada and the U.S. had been fun, and Constantine took to it with ease. Learning how to wrestle, fight, and shoot had brought him back from that place where spirits get lost in grief. He'd found his voice again, and when Constantine sang and danced his war songs and his cry songs, he'd been joined by the others, young and old. Now his songs were only of the war and of the orcas, and he danced with the others from other heritages and sang their songs, living each of their heritage as they shared it with each other. They'd fought from Vancouver to Sacramento, making the middle stretch of the main highway that ran from Tijuana to Alaska their battleground. They'd frustrated the enemy, bloodied them, and been bloodied in return. He and the other children had always been held back and protected, but there had been times when the Shovati had gotten close to finding and capturing them. It had been a great game to lead them on a wild raccoon chase each time, as Constantine and the other kids had laid false trails for the Marines to follow whenever they got close. The good times had ended, though, when they made an agreement with the non-native resistance when their weapons and ammunition had begun to run low. They had split up, sent to teach and reinforce other areas around the world. Grandpa and Constantine had been sent to join a brand new cell that was responsible for Northern and Central California. That was when he'd met Jackson and Tanisha and the others. Grandpa had described them as young, angry, and mean. They hadn't wanted to teach, and they hadn't wanted to listen. They were good, though, as skilled as Grandpa and any other Stumish, even though they were Quinitums. Constantine had been excited at first to meet them, but that had quickly turned to horror and disgust when they'd made him and his grandpa watch them torture and kill a collaborator. After that, Jackson had handed Constantine off to his girlfriend Tanisha in one of their safe houses to keep him safe when they went on missions. He hadn't heard or spoken to Grandpa since. Tanisha sucked. She'd always complained about having to babysit him, and her idea of keep him entertained was to turn on the TV and leave him alone. Constantine had gotten sick of it in an hour. He'd figured out pretty quickly that if he wanted food, he'd have to take care of it himself, and it usually meant dry cereal or microwave burritos. Thinking about even the garbage food Tanisha brought from the gas station down the road made his stomach rumble. She'd been trying to starve him into submission, and all it did was make him more angry. It was how he'd got caught. Going to the diner and trying to steal what he thought were leftovers was a decision he'd let hunger make for him. It had led to a chase by two angry interior agents. Panic set in when Constantine had tried to lose them in the forest by town. That's when he'd run into Jackson, Max, Drake, and Jeffries. He tried to warn them, but the redcoats apparently took issue with the stack of pancakes he'd scarfed while they'd been hitting on some man at the counter and had followed him back. Now he was here, having gotten himself and the others captured by exposing their safe house. They'd tried to say they were family, and had even tried to claim that Jackson and Tanisha were his parents. Constantine had said nothing, but the drunken, hate-filled look Tanisha had been giving him had probably been what gave it away. The door opened, and a large purple woman wearing the black armor of a Marine entered swiftly, her eyes wide, darting around the room with a panicked look on her face. "I'm right here," Constantine informed her, not getting up as she looked down, and she barked a laugh of relief. She turned and said something outside the door and motioned for him to move to the chair. Constantine grunted as he stood up and trudged over to the preferred seat. He looked at it before looking over at the big Marine. Looking her in the eye and without looking away, Constantine moved to the other chair and sat down. The Marine cocked a half smile at him and folded her arms over her chest. A moment later, another shill woman in red uniform of the interior walked in. She looked similar to the woman who had arrested him, but then they all mostly looked the same to Constantine, with their gold-on black eyes, white tusks, and purple skin. She stood out, though. There was a burn scar on her left cheek, and the corner of her mouth on that side was pulled up slightly. Her tusk on that side was shorter also. "Good afternoon, young man. Now let me see if I have this correct. Your name is Shaloksut Constantine. Hair black, eyes black." She looked up and stopped as Constantine stared back at her. "My eyes are brown, Grimace," Constantine scoffed defiantly, folding his arms and jutting his lower lip out at her. "I'd say they look black. My name is—" she began primly before he interrupted her. "You'd be wrong then, Grimace." Constantine growled a challenge, and she narrowed her eyes frostily at him. "Parents, Dean and Mary Shaloksut, both deceased," she tried to continue before Constantine decided to go for broke. "Killed," he stated, cutting her off again. "Member of the Salish Indian Band, ID number 1302313, she continued as she clenched her teeth and thrust her lower jaw out at him as she spoke. "You're pretty smart. Can you guess my favorite ice cream next?" Constantine smirked as he watched her lose her composure for a moment. "Little boy, you are trying my patience." "Really?" he asked, feigning shock. "I'd hoped to be amusing. Have I failed?" he fawned, giving her puppy eyes as he threw the sarcasm into overdrive. The woman's eye twitched, and she remained silent, looking him up and down, clearly considering what to do with him. "It's called a movie quote, you foreign hog-faced idiot." The Marine's jaw dropped, and a surprised and shocked laugh escaped her at the boy's insolence. The red-garbed woman was livid. You need someone to teach you some manners, she fumed as she started to rise from her seat to loom over him. I had two of those. You killed them both. Constantine stood as he threw in his riposte. Do you have any other living family, friends, someone who is responsible for you? She asked, making a note to herself on a small pad of paper she'd pulled from her pocket. Why don't you look in your magic light box and tell me? The woman's smile was cruel, and the look in her eyes was malicious. This young man needs some time to reflect on his manners. Private Jasir, take this little comedian to lock up. I'll decide what to do with him after I have a chat with his guardians. The woman swept out of the room, leaving Constantine with the Marine and a sense of foreboding. He looked over at her and he flashed her a smile. I don't suppose you'd be willing to open the door and let me go? His voice carried a hint of pleading, and Constantine waited as the Marine pulled out her omnipad. He waited until she'd opened a translator app, and he repeated his question. She smiled and shook her head as she waved him over. She spoke into the device, and it took a moment before a synthesized voice read out in English. I don't suppose I could. Would you please come with me? Well, since you asked nicely, Constantine bowed, speaking clearly for the translator as the Marine laughed. She opened the door for them, and he walked with her, matching her pace as she led him down the halls to a line of glass-paned holding cells. As he passed, he could see people lounging or banging silently on the glass, miming the act of yelling. He noticed Jackson and Max sitting on a bunk together, staring out vacantly, and he felt a jolt of fear run through him. The feeling lingered as he felt a sinking feeling in his chest as the woman calmly and gently led him to an empty cell. The glass slid into the wall, and Constantine found himself staring at a relatively cramped room with a toilet, bunk, and sink. You are very brave, Darkeyes. Foolish, but brave, the translator spoke as the Marine waved him inside. Yeah, well, what more can she do to me? I lost my home and my family, and all I was trying to do is get something to eat. Constantine shrugged as he tried to keep the fear out of his voice. Stepping inside the cell, it was too big for him, but the feeling of being caged left him with an itchy feeling in his legs and arms as something inside of him shouted that he needed to run. These ration bars. They are not the best, but they're filling. I'll see about the decent meal when I get off watch, she said as she handed him two small bricks wrapped in black foil, stamped with a symbol he'd seen stenciled on the sides of their giant armored transports. Constantine took them and nodded his thanks. Hey, why are you being nice to me? He asked as the glass wall started to hiss back into place. You remind me of my daughter. She's feisty, just like you, the translator quipped while the Marine smiled at him. I'm not a girl, he shouted just as the glass, which was mirrored to block any view of the outside, shut on him. Besides the gentle hum of a fan behind the grate in the wall over the bunk, it was completely silent. The purple-tinged walls reflected the fluorescent light as he looked at himself in the mirror. The one nice thing he could think was that, at least with the mirror, the cell looked bigger than it actually was. Constantine got a look at himself and sighed. With the heat turned up, he didn't need his hoodie anymore, so he quickly shucked it and it fell heavily to the floor. He looked at his sweat-stained t-shirt and shook his head, unwrapping his braid from around his neck and letting it hang down his back. Constantine peeled off his damp shoes and socks and flung them at the mirror with a squelch, where they slid slowly back down to the floor. With nothing better to do, and still hungry, He opened one of the bars, biting into it. His eyes almost bulged. It was like someone had finally found a way to make fruitcake taste good. The alien flavors tasted of sweet fruits and nuts and held the texture of a brownie. He wolfed the whole thing down and devoured the second one. For a few glorious minutes, everything felt right with the world, until the bloated feeling that he'd overate settled in his stomach. Constantine groaned as he lay down, cradling his stomach as he tried not to throw up. A brief thought crossed his mind before the food coma drifted him into a nap. That was probably meant to feed one of those honkin' big pig women, not someone like me. Constantine lay there, unmoving, until his eyes closed and he fell asleep. Part 2. Battles Won and Lost. There was a pinch and a sudden jolt of pain in his arm that roused him. Standing above him was an almost miniature version of a Shovati, standing at the height of a regular human adult. Dressed in a red uniform, but in an armband of some sort, the mini show was focused on the syringe that was stuck in his arm. "Hey, what are you?" Constantine tried to move, but he felt straps along his body bite into him and keep him in place. The mini shill, clearly a man, looked startled as Constantine started struggling against his bonds and yelled. The man spoke in what would have been a reassuring tone had it not been for the object in his hand hovering over him. It was long, pencil-thin shaped thing with a small joystick that stuck out from under the man's thumb. The end looked like a thin telescope that was folded in with a serrated circle at the crown. Constantine twisted and squirmed as hard as he could and let out an ear-shattering screech of fear and pain as the syringe in his arm twisted and he could feel the needle shift underneath the skin of his arm. The man dropped the tool and made a shushing noise as his hands bobbed up and down in a seeming panic over him. There was a hiss as the mirrored door opened and a roar of a woman's voice filled the small cell, silencing Constantine instantly. The man shot up like he'd been electrocuted, putting his hands up and flattening against the far wall of the cell. Constantine twisted to try and look around and saw the Marine from earlier, Private Jasir, advancing into the cell with a blocky pistol drawn and leveled at the man. The woman barreled into the man and jammed the pistol under his chin, and the man squeaked in terror as she lifted him up by his collar until he was eye level with her. Constantine whimpered as the pain in his arm increased. The woman was growling something low, but even if he could hear it, he wouldn't have been able to understand it. Private Jasir dropped the man and trained her pistol at the back of his head while he moved quickly to pull the syringe out of Constantine's arm. The terrified little man was sobbing even harder than Constantine as he applied a bandage and wrapped it before picking up his things and scurrying out. Constantine watched the Marine with a mixture of fear and interest as she took out a combat knife and cut into the straps that held him down. When he felt them come loose, he bolted upright and would have sprinted for the open door had it not been for the other two Marines that had appeared. Instead, Constantine threw himself into the corner where the bunk met the wall as the other two came in, looks of confusion on their faces. The woman holstered her weapon and knelt down, a look of concern and worry written on her face as she took out her omnipad. "Young man, I'm so terribly sorry. I won't hurt you, I promise, and he won't ever come near you again. I swear by the Empress," the translator app on the omnipad said as she held his gaze. The other two looked at each other and began jabbering and gesturing back toward the exit. "Who was that? And why did he do that to me?" Constantine asked tearfully, huddling against himself in the corner, hating how scared and weak he felt. The woman looked back and round toward them where the man had scurried off. He is an interior physician, and I don't know. He shouldn't have been here, but I promise, on my honor as an Imperial Marine, he will never come back.
I knew it! I fucking knew it!
Truther crowed, interrupting the boy.
The thing that limp shrimp was carrying? That's a deep bore Trifine! He was going to hack our boy up for Truther, for the love of the Empress!
Narvaez snarled. There was a meaty thwack as Gunny slapped the woman in the back of the head, and the rest of her pod sisters glowered darkly at her.
Oh, why are you hitting me? It's true!
Truther whined, cradling her head.
The big pharma companies run illegal experiments on aliens all the time! I mean, the Helcom didn't really care that much, but it nearly started a revolt on dirt. That big class action lawsuit against the Kadoxic Noble group, and that children's home that got settled 20 years ago but the ruling sealed? It's what they do!
It set the pod to arguing, and the boy clammed up, folding in on himself a bit. Narvaez reached a hand out, and he took it. His grip was light, and he was shaking slightly. He wore a brave expression, though, and as the room became a cacophony, he stayed looking at Narvaez. The two of them were the picture of a storm's eye, and he quietly sat, holding her hand, while she comforted him. "Enough!" Agent Galishka's voice cut through the din, and the girls fell silent. She waited a moment, letting the silence linger as she took back control of the interview. "Do you know this man's name? The one who did that to you?" Constantine shook his head. "No. Private Jasir kept her word, but there were other redcoats who kept asking me questions. I remember Agent Grimace. Whenever Private Jasir wasn't there with me, she'd make me take this medicine that she never explained. Little green and red pills. One time I refused. She tried to force me to take them, but another redcoat come in and she stopped." There was a worried look on every face as they eyed him. Truther looked especially pale. "How long ago was this?" Galishka ventured. 3 summers and 2 winters. Days and weeks I don't remember that well. I don't know how long I was there either, but Private Jasir started teaching me Vatiker. She used to sit with me in my cell and we'd tell stories. She told me about this place called Kurtsovanya on a world called Sevastopol. The forest of the sun palaces. I grew up there. The trees are white with brown stripes like one of your zebras. The pale green leaves are so dense you could swear you were hanging above an ocean with the sun reflecting off of it, not filtered through a canopy. Agent Galishka smiled, and her gaze went far off, back to her home. She sighed happily at the memory. "She made me translate a poem like that. What was it called?" Constantine thought for a moment before he smiled. "The Sky Waters of Summer by Kipshin. I loved it. It reminded me of the way the water looked on my home islands," Constantine interjected happily, bouncing a little in his seat. "You've read Kipshin?" Agent Galishka asked, eyebrows raising. Narvaez was no literary enthusiast, but even she'd heard of Sevastotov's most famous poet. "Just a few poems. Sky Waters, Autumn's Folly, and The Winter King." Constantine ticked off fingers with a shrug. "I only got through the first 3/4 of The Winter King, though. It's really long." "Of course it's long. So are winters." Galishka smiled cheekily before she leaned in, a light of excitement in her eyes. "Tell me, she had you read Spring's Joy? You cannot have love, melancholy, and duty without elation. It's integral to Kipshin's cycle of the seasons." "We didn't get to it." "That's a crime against literature!" Galishka squawked indignantly to the hushed snickers of Gunny and Joyboy. "I'll need to speak to this Private Jasir on a matter of literary honor." Though spoken with false outrage and in a laughing tone, Narvaez suspected she'd be hauling this poor Marine in for questioning. The boy took a deep breath before resuming his tale. Then, you might want to hear the rest of the story. She was teaching me Vatiker, and I told her about my grandpa. Not that he was a warrior, but that he was the last of my family. I gave her my Indian name and a phone number to call and leave a message asking to meet. I think she suspected at that point, but Constantine had been having a strange dream of home. He'd been back on the canoe in the islands, but the strangeness that was Andy speaking Vatiker, and so was Mom and Dad. Something was happening, as the omnipresent heat had slacked off and the lights were out. But Constantine couldn't put his finger on it. He sat up and looked around in the gloom. The light was dim and flickering, casting shadows over the walls as he stood up and stared up at the light. The hum of the vent was gone too, and there was complete silence, save for his own breathing. The sound of gunfire, muffled through the mirrored door, shattered the silence. Constantine hit the ground and rolled under the bunk instinctively as his heart started racing. He hadn't seen Private Jasir in forever, but that meant very little. Time was relative in the cell, with the only indication being the dimming or brightening of the lights. There was another burst of something automatic and heavy, and his mind raced as it sounded like he was getting closer. Constantine stared at the mirrored door as the seconds felt like hours compared to the speed of his beating heart. The door hissed open, and his heart skipped a beat in happiness. Standing directly in the doorway with a key card in her outstretched hand was a redcoat he didn't know with a massive black eye and a busted lip. Her posture was rigid, and her face was stoic besides, as behind her stood Grandpa with a 12-gauge pointed at the back of her neck. He was wearing jeans and an old camo jacket, with his black Stetson and the gold braid with crossed sabers. Constantine scrambled out from under the bed as Grandpa yanked the card out of the woman's hand and pushed the interior agent into the cell. "Come along, grandson. It's time to go," he growled as Constantine scurried behind him. There was an ear-splitting blast as the woman screamed, and she collapsed to the floor, her right leg gone below the knee. Constantine felt his jaw clench as the woman clasped her leg, howling in pain. He'd seen too much of the results of firefights the warriors had gotten into for it to bother him, and the dispassionate part of him looked at the wound and went through the steps of how to save the woman from bleeding out. The screams were new, though, and fell on his ears like sirens, making his heart skip and flutter as tears gathered in his eyes, seeing the woman in pain. Gunfire from down the hall snapped his head toward the staccato sounds of automatic fire as Grandpa hurried them along, pausing only long enough to open every cell door that they passed. Looking back, Constantine saw people poking their heads out and milling about. Some were fearfully returning to their cells as the gunfire and others were cheering, and they followed in Grandpa's wake. There was now the familiar zap-crack of laser fire impacting off the walls as Grandpa shoved Constantine down, and they approached a makeshift barricade where Tanisha and two other men he'd not met before were holding a doorway. "They're pulling back. I don't think they were expecting the Ma Deuce," one of the men crowed wildly. "Well, they'll be back. They're just regrouping. Has Team 2 got the others?" Grandpa asked, trading his shotgun for the M16 Tanisha was carrying over her shoulder. "Just got us out. Perp desk jockey's card worked like a charm, Chief," Jackson's voice announced his presence, and Tanisha wrapped him in a brief but passionate kiss. He slapped Grandpa's shoulder as Tanisha handed off the shotgun to him, and he looked out over the barricade. "I see you got yours, too." "Found my own. Left the good commissar to contemplate her place in the universe," he replied dryly. We took too long. Now the jackboots know what we're really after. And we'll bum rush the perps with cannon fodder and punch our way out, Jackson interrupted, jerking a thumb to the other prisoners who were stacking up behind them. Or we go with Plan C, Grandpa said with a hint of disgust as he drew and fixed a bayonet to his rifle. Give me the C4 and the detonators. We'll take those oversized vents to the rear of the compound and blow out a new door. Then we run like goddamn bastards. I like his plan better, Steve, the other man added. He had an M60 and was busy reloading it as sporadic laser fire shots popped against his cover. Bring the breacher. We'll need it for the gratings, Grandpa ordered as Jackson bristled at Grandpa taking charge. The laser fire intensified as Grandpa gave a reassuring pat to the two men on the machine guns. Keep up a good hot masking fire and buy us as much time as possible. Tanisha, give them all the grenades. Grandpa tugged on Constantine to follow closely as he led the way back down one of the other corridors, as the sound of gunfire rose to a constant deafening chatter. Constantine clasped his hands to his ears as they ran, and he quickly became confused in the winding corridors. We're here. Open it up, Grandpa commanded, when they reached a junction of two hallways. Jackson blew the grating out with the shotgun and looked inside. Damn, these perps like their shit spacious. Grandpa ignored Jackson and dove into the hole before sticking a hand out and helping Constantine through. Stay close, grandson, he stated simply as he began to crawl on his hands and knees down the dark cave-like corridor. The darkness was oppressive, but the sound of Grandpa's boots in front of him and the sound of movement and breathing behind him, as Jackson and several others followed, was at least comforting. After what felt like an endless series of pitch-black twists and turns, with the occasional crump of twisting metal as Grandpa blasted a hole in a fan or a grate that barred their way, Grandpa whispered for him to stop and then crawled forward into the darkness. Constantine was left at the head of the column of escaping prisoners in the total dark for what seemed like an eternity. Then there was a sudden sound of movement in front of him, and one of Grandpa's boots kicked him in the face. Oh, sorry, grandson. Get ready to crawl for all you're worth. When you see the hole, go through it and run as fast as you can for the road. Keep going until you find the homeless shelter on 19th Street. Tell the padre there Wiley sent you. Repeat. Constantine repeated the information exactly as Grandpa had said it, committing it to memory. There was a crump and a muffled explosion from up ahead, and he heard sudden movement as Grandpa disappeared back into the darkness. There was a shove from behind as Jackson pushed Constantine into movement, and he crawled up after Grandpa. There was a twisted and uneven hole next to a three-way junction that looked out at the darkened night, nearly empty parking lot and a fence. Beyond it was a road, barely visible in the darkness. Go! Grandpa urged as he moved to one side of the junction to clear the way, and he helped shove Constantine out. There was a short fall to the concrete that jarred his arms as he caught himself and rolled out of the way, just in time to dodge the shoeless feet of Jackson, who took off into the night, hopping the fence. Constantine started to run for the fence, but stopped, looking back at the hole. There were sirens and flashing lights on the other side of the compound, and there was distant shouting mixed with a muffled popping of gunfire. Constantine found himself waiting by the fence as more and more people poured out of the building's new escape hatch, waiting for his grandpa. Finally, Grandpa poured himself out and picked up his rifle, just as a laser shot tore into his shoulder, spinning him around and down onto the ground, his rifle skidding towards Constantine. 3 black-armored Marines rounded the corner of the building and advanced, lasers trained on the fallen man, and Constantine felt a surge of rage well up inside him. Swiftly and silently, he darted forward to scoop up the weapon and lifted it up with practiced ease to sit on his shoulder. They hadn't noticed him yet, and he exhaled as he sighted down the iron sights toward the lead Marine before squeezing the trigger. There was an audible click as the hammer came down on an empty chamber, and Constantine's heart stopped. The three Marines snapped their heads and their rifles toward him, and he felt himself freeze in fear, ready for the zap crack that would send him to his ancestors. The lead Marine dropped the barrel of her rifle and shoved the other two barrels out of the way as she advanced on Constantine. She slung her weapon over her shoulder and held out a hand as she took her helmet off. Private Jasir slowed down as Constantine lowered the empty rifle, the bayonet clinking on the ground as he tried to cradle it. "Constantine, what are you doing? Why do you have—" she started to ask as a shot rang out. One of the other Marines flinched as Grandpa fired a second shot from a pistol he'd drawn. "Run, Kitty!" he roared as he fired a third and final round before heaving himself up to throw the empty pistol at the Marines. The bullets, though they'd all connected, had no effect except to cause the women he'd been shooting at to flinch and curse in annoyance. Constantine dropped the rifle and sprinted toward his grandpa and placed himself between the Marines and the wounded old man. He raised his arms to try and shield him as he stood in front of them, fear and defiance swirling inside his chest as his knees shook and his hands trembled in fear. Constantine gritted his teeth and forced his knees to be still, and he wrestled his fear back down as he stared the women down, chin held high in defiance. "Is this your grandpa?" Private Jasir asked as she moved very slowly and carefully toward them, gun still slung and her helmet off. "This Papa's Papa! No destroy!" Constantine's voice broke as he spoke back in Vatican. He fought to remember words and grammar, but only the lines from the poems they'd been translating came to mind. The woman stared at the two of them for a long time before she unslung her rifle and handed it and her combat knife to the other two. She moved slowly and took out a purple patch. "He's healing bandage. For burns," she offered in halting English. Constantine lowered his arms and watched as she moved carefully to his grandpa's side. He struggled a bit and choked off a grunt of pain as she applied the bandage to his burned shoulder. Finished, she helped him to his feet and stepped back to stand in front of the other two Marines, who hadn't moved. "This changes nothing," Grandpa growled as he gingerly tested his arm. "I don't expect it to. There is right and wrong, and him being here was wrong," Jasir answered back sorrowfully in English. She looked down at Constantine and smiled. "You have a brave grandson, and I'm glad you got my message about him. Now go!" Jasir said as the other two Marines turned their backs and started walking away. They stood, Constantine and his grandpa, watching as Private Jasir inclined her head and turned to follow her sister Marines, replacing the helmet and disappearing into the dark. Jackson and Tanisha never let me back in their safe houses ever again after that. They were both pretty pissed at me, but they needed my grandpa. He planned the whole thing, and most of us got out without the redcoats being able to follow us. Narvaez stared in shock and amazement at the boy, and when she looked at Agent Galiska, she saw the color had drained from her face and left her skin a pale lavender. "Your grandfather, Wiley Iquishiela Shaloxet, planned and led the assault on the Olympia Interior Station that led to the greatest single loss of Interior agents in over a century." She spoke every word slowly and deliberately as she processed the story. "Grandpa said he only got 2, Constantine replied with a shrug. "We lost 37 agents that night," Galishka whispered as she grabbed the bridge of her nose and squeezed her eyes shut. "And another 60 were wounded, with over 200 suspected insurgents escaping. That was back in the beginning of the occupation, right after that mess with the concentration camps the interior bitch set up that got busted by the Marines like Camp 773. It caused some bad blood between them, and for a long time, Marines were responding to interior distress signals. Then, if they did, they slow walked the response force, Truther volunteered, warily covering her head and side eyeing Gunny, though no reprisals for her statement of the truth came. Agent Galishka stared at Constantine for a moment, her eyes narrow as she considered the boy. Narvaez felt a stab of nervousness creep into the periphery of her thoughts as she waited and watched the boy and the interior agent sit in silence for a moment. So then what happened? Constantine's smile turned sad. I lived in alleyways, heated storage units, and homeless shelters in the winter. The warm months in the forest. Grandpa kept me close to where he was based out of, but I wasn't really allowed near the insurgents again. Grandpa would always join me when the salmon were running, and we'd spend it fishing and prepping food for winter. Of course, you all started showing up on a regular basis. Constantine's smile returned in full force, bright as day as he preened a little bit. I followed you, all to that little glade, and I just watched and I listened. I was practicing my Vatiker, and you didn't know anything, even know about it. He looked over at Narvaez and giggled. You left one of those fruitcake bars when Sarah thought she saw something. Y'all went running, and I was hungry, so... So I was your first victim? Narvaez couldn't help but laugh at it as he nodded sheepishly. The next night I took all the bars I could carry while you were asleep. They're really good for dessert. Make a great plate for Indian ice cream. Truther looked like she wanted to ask, but Gunny stopped her with a look as the boy continued. I always looked forward to when you'd come by. I got to sit and listen in on the bushes or behind a tree while you talked, told stories, or pranked each other. I kind of felt like I was a part of it whenever I took something and you'd all laugh about it. He looked around at the girls before hunching his shoulders up. I'm sorry for stealing. I hope you can forgive. Nah, don't ruin it. I like you better as an unrepentant little shit, Joyboy intoned as she ruffled his hair, cutting him off as the others started chuckling. The color had returned to Agent Galishka's face, but she had a carefully neutral mask of indifference in place now. How long were you attending these little gatherings of Pod 19s? About 2 years. Right after Grandpa Wiley got me away from the Redcoats. Narvaez nodded in confirmation when the agent turned to look her way, and the other girls gave their affirmations as well that the timeline was correct. I have a feeling we're coming to the end of your admittedly long story, Agent Galishka observed in an even tone. Narvaez watched the joy flee from the boy's face as he took a shuddering breath and continued. The last time I saw him alive was at the beginning of last fall. We were smoking salmon when his phone buzzed, and it turned out to be Private Jasir. We hadn't seen or spoken to her since she let us go, but I'll never forget her voice. She said, "What I know changes everything," and gave a time and place for Grandpa to meet. He left the phone, and I just went into town so I could have a signal in case he called. The boy closed his eyes for a moment, and he steadied himself. Grandpa called and told me to get everything in our camp packed up and moved to the storage unit. He said, "Our war is over, grandson. These Juanitum from the stars are no longer our enemy. We will not shed any more of their blood." Constantine pursed his lips together. It was the last thing he told me, besides meeting him at our storage unit. Constantine looked at Narvaez and then at Gunny. That's why you're not my enemy. The last words of the last Orca Salish elder declared you all no longer our enemy. If anything, I've been treated better by your Marines and... He hesitated for a moment as he looked around the room. Commandos than I have by human Juanitams. Narvaez didn't know how to feel about that, and by the looks on the faces around the room, neither did anybody else. Even the agent was visibly shaken by the pronouncement. An insurgent, and one of their best by the sound of it, officially ending his private war against the Imperium after a meeting with a Marine who'd allowed interior agents to die and insurgents to escape. I did what Grandpa told me to do. I moved all our stuff to the storage and waited. I waited for 3 days before I went out looking for him. His voice started to get husky, and he hiccuped a bit before he continued. I found him in Private Jasir where she'd said to meet. They'd been shot and scalped, and there was a skull and dagger tag on the wall behind his body, and a piece of paper with Jackson's handwriting on it. It said, "Death to perp lovers." Narvaez could swear she could hear the ice machine down the hall. It got so quiet. He sniffled a bit and wiped his eyes. I knew Jackson and his goons liked to fight in the forest. Because you never fired those big lasers in space or used those nukes you dropped on us the first day. His voice was full of bitterness as he spoke, and he pounded the armrest of Narvaez's wheelchair that he was sitting in. You wouldn't even use air support, so I knew he'd come back someday. So I waited. I waited and I hunted them. But every time he showed up, you were there, and every time I almost had him. There was too much laser fire and bullets for me to get close. Heck, you started 2 force fires that I had to run like mad to get away from. Constantine turned a sob into a laugh and wiped his eyes again. I wasn't afraid of dying. It's just, I wouldn't have been able to kill Jackson. He straightened up, and a grim smile spread over his face. You see, a true Silician Stamish doesn't care if he gets hurt or killed, so long as he kills his enemy first. I was ready to go, so long as it meant getting him first. You're 6, 7 tops in shield years, Agent Galishka squawked, her mask of indifference unable to hold back the outrage and the indignation at the boy's statement. What kind of child is ready to die? How can you be ready to die? You haven't even had a chance to live yet! Though silent, the agent's questions were reflected in the faces of every woman present, including Narvaez's. The boy had the temerity to smile warmly at the flustered agent. I'm not anymore. We got him. And besides, I'm not alone. I have people again. He looked up at each of the girls and flashed them all a big smile. You honor named me, and we shared our food, our stories, and our songs. I marked you with the black paint and adopted all of you into my clan. I called for you when they captured me, and you came. You saved my life. We fought and killed our enemy together. He looked Narvaez dead in her eyes. And then, how are we not a family of Stamish now? The only dry eyes in the room were the boys.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of Chapter 8, the double chapter. And that concludes all the prepared chapters that I have for the evening. I hope you all enjoyed it, and I hope it's marginally a little better. Thankfully, we didn't have the quiet. I accidentally hit the mute button or the quiet button on the last chapter like I did last time. So, folks, if there's any last things you'd like to talk about, and things you noticed, questions, comments, concerns, advice, um, keep an eye out in Reddit. Encore. Soon, actually, that is one thing. I'm looking at the next episode 3 Snowlight's Glow, releasing these videos. The next batch of 4 or 5 chapters, probably dropping on the 10th of July. So that'll give me some time to get things together. Oh yeah, no, Jackson's a piece of work, and we're gonna have some fun with him a little later. But that being said, it's again, we're coming out of like the very, very early chapters and getting into some of the meat of the story. Well, that was weird. So, Charles Grew, your WTF Woot. That's a new one. Kind of changes when I click on it. So, out of curiosity of those who are here, I'll ask, would you prefer me starting a little bit later, round about, say, uh, 8 or 9 o'clock on Fridays or Saturday evenings and going to like midnight, 1 o'clock my time? Or would you prefer like what we did today, which is I start about 6 and I run till about 10 o'clock my time, depending on yours? I will be putting a poll in the Reddit, so please be sure to chime in there. But I'd also like to see what y'all folks would have to say about in here. Yeah, the history stories, I'm looking forward to those too. I think those will be a little bit more. I'll start putting together some of my classroom rants because that's really what it is. My history stories are just my class lectures for medieval and modern history, which I'm looking forward to. Like, because I put in a lot of work developing that curriculum. 7:30 or so in the middle. Yeah, I mean, I'll put in like my polls questions will probably be like what day, like Friday or Saturday, um, and then would you prefer earlier, like 6 or 7 o'clock Central Time? Again, because I'm Central U.S. time, 6 or 7, or would you prefer like 8 or 9 as a start time? So just kind of shoot down the middle, 7:30, 7:38. Earlier works for some folks. Yeah. No. Hey, cat. Or I'm either at work or not. Yeah. Yeah, I remember the swing shifts. I remember doing that kind of work. I'm a teacher now, so I'm in the catching up on sleep portion of my year when I'm not putting in anywhere between 60 to 80 hours a week because that's the hidden work of teaching is you don't just clock off when your shift's over and the classes get out. Classes are just contact time. That's when you actually get to teach. Everything else after that, you got to do at home. That's the grading, that's the planning, that's the prep work, getting for the next classes, all your materials set, double checking your work, everything. In time of the day works, but if it's Saturday, easier. Because I think the first one I did was on a Wednesday or something like that. It was during a weekday. Because again, teacher, I'm summer vacation, which means I have no concept of time until August when I clock back in to get ready for the next school year, the 26-27 year. Yeah. Yeah, well, we'll see. But again, go ahead and pencil it in. It will be, unless something drastic happens with Grandma, then I'm planning on the 10th. But, I might postpone depending on how things roll with that. But ostensibly, July 10th, unless unless family matters take precedent, in which case I'll let you all know. And that's same with the chapters for those of you who are up to date on Cryptid Chronicle. Tomorrow, no interruption, no matter what happens. It's chapter 159, and the epilogue to book 4 goes up. And oh man, I really do need to get back to Alaska. It's been close to 20 years since I've been there. I really want to go back one of these days. Oh well. But, yep. All right, folks. It's been great hanging out with you. I appreciate you all hanging with me. And for those of you who are watching after the fact, I hope you enjoy this little stream. And I wish you all a pleasant rest of your day, rest of your evening, wherever it is around the world. Hashgatsiam, Hashgatsiam.